Let's see if it works. Ridicu drama. Kinamari, did you subscribe to a squid? Yeah. Starting to get hot here again, I bet. I bet it is. It worked! Hooray! My lighting is so bad today. This is so weird. Did I do something to my lighting, chat? That fixes it, but it's annoyingly bright. But it does fix it. Can we meet in the middle? Like right there? Yeah, let's do that. Hi, YouTube. Welcome to Streamer Gives Life Updates and then maybe plays video games. And a little bit of inappropriateness in between. Listen, if you're already subscribed here, you already knew that. Unless you signed up for Darkest Dungeon 2 guides and ended up here. In any event, it's where Cthulhu would have wanted you to end up, let's be honest. That's my new tagline for my stream. It's where Cthulhu would like you to be. It's where he would lead you. All tentacles lead to a Nomax stream. That is a hype train, chat, with how long to go? How long did it take me? 45 seconds to go. You know, it's level 3 because of that tier 3 resub. That's juicy. Juicy, juicy, juicy from our Benny. Yeah, let's get it. That's a way to start the stream. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And Shadow, thank you for the bits as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, don't wear yellow, apparently. Yeah. Well, chat, are you ready for story time? The hype train ends in 10 seconds, and then I'll tell stories. Until then, we get very hype. I'm too sleepy. I slept 90 minutes, chat, okay? I slept 10 hours yesterday, though. 10. That's how many fingers you have, chat. Think about it. 10. Actually, no, Mac. 2 of those are thumbs. There's always one. There, I got that guy. I got that guy. All right, chat. Let's talk about it. Where do we even start? Do you want to start with lighthearted or heavy? Oh, crap. Where's the... I don't have any backup chats open. There, I got... I just realized that device isn't even there. It's not even hanging. Also, Benny and Dizzy, thank you for saying hi on the YouTube. Anybody else wants to click the YouTube link and say hi, that would be awesome. Hi, Farstar. How are you? You guys are helping that YouTube channel grow just by being there and dropping likes and comments, baby. There's 2 Nomax. Where's the other one? Oh, gosh. That's so annoying, Julia. Holy cow. That's so annoying. Goodness, goodness. Hi, Fake Carino. How we doing, baby? There was a second Nomac when I loaded something, yeah? Chat, I need to go find that device. Where did I even put that? I was using my tablet today to talk to the construction people. I'm so annoyed. Hold on. All right, there's the tablet, chat. I was trying to show them pictures to help with the process and show them the engineering report so they wouldn't need one, right? So I thought, you know, we're covering all our bases, right? We're going to show them the engineer report. I already paid for that. They don't have to do that. And as soon as they showed up, I knew something was amiss, chat, because they were dressed too nice. I have another person coming tomorrow, thank goodness. But they were in like slacks and button downs. Which I'm not saying and that construction companies don't usually dress like that for like foremans and people giving estimates and stuff. But it turns out that they were the actual like project managers and stuff. I don't know, it just felt weird. And you'll see why my suspicions were confirmed. It turns out they're like a high-end company that does like high-end renovation. And what that means is they were looking at my project. And first I said, the engineer would like you to put in an LVL, which, Chad, that's just a long beam underneath where the sag is in my roof. Okay? So there's a sag in the roof, right? That's what we're talking about here. And he goes, okay, so what we can do is we can sister to this beam all the way to the main house. And then we'll come down and structurally reinforce it here. And that's going to cost you like $8,000 to $10,000. And I said, well, what if we did the thing the engineer said? Remember, we need this to cost under $3,000, right? And then he said, tell me what the engineer said. And I said, well, it's the thing I just said to you 5 minutes ago, but okay. He said to put an LVL beam from right here to right there. And I showed him the two spots. And then he measured it and said that'd be a 20-foot LVL. I said, okay, good. Since that's a standard size, they come in, when you buy them, they come in 4-foot increments, 16 feet, 20 feet, 24 feet. And I said he wants to do that and then just put one beam under the valley, and then he wants you to jack it up about a 1/2 inch. And then he goes, okay, I think I could jack it up like 4 inches. The engineer wants you to only jack it up a 1/2 inch because he thinks you'll lift the entire structure if you go 4 inches, because that's not how wood works. I was so fucking annoyed when he said it. It's like he keeps saying things that I'm not asking for. And you know what he said? That would also be $8,000 to $10,000. And he said, well, I have to pay an engineer. I was like, I was holding the engineer report in my hand. And I said, can't we use the engineer report that I have? And he goes, maybe if he draws me a sketch. Like, he wants a professional drawing done of what he wants done. And I'm like, that's a weird precursor for that you need. You must have a sketch drawn by him. And he said, yeah, well, if you sue me, I need to be able to sue him. So I need him to give me a sketch of what needs to be done. And I said, how much if you get the sketch and use my engineer? And he said $3,000 to $4,000. You have a $5,000 engineer? What the fuck, man? Like, what? And then he says, listen, just for me to come out here, before I even start the project, it's going to be $4,500 up front. Dude, what the fuck are you on about? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, what kind of place are you? $4,500 just to get out there and start working? So I asked my engineer, I said, hey, they want you to draw a sketch for them. And he refused. So I can't even get them to give me a quote of $3,000 to $4,000 because he won't draw the sketch. And he won't draw it because he doesn't want liability for the project, because he's not part of the project. He's just a consultant. And he seemed also annoyed by them because they called him. He said, just give him my number, I'll talk to him. And he said their suggestion is correct. It would be a good fix. Because the LVL beam is long and difficult to install. And I said, but if I just remove the ceiling, would it be easy? And he said, very. The only good news I got out of this meeting with them is they said they don't think it needs done. And I was like, oh, thank God you also think that. Like, they won't put that in writing for me because that's just like a bro to a bro, right? But at least now I have 2 different people who have said they don't think we should do it, that it's not necessary. Now, I don't know how much a buyer is going to believe us, but at least now we have 2 separate people who have said they don't think it's necessary to do. What he said was, if you want it to be super cheap, do it when you replace the roof, which is what I've been saying for fucking weeks. It feels like. Because when the roof deck is gone, it's really, really easy to fix. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So that's how that went. They're going to write me a quote for $9,000 so that at least we will have a quote from somebody. But that's what we're going to get. I know, Benny, but I'm not sure what to do at this point, right? Have a good night, Julia. We'll see you next time, okay? Thank you again for stopping in. I have another person coming in tomorrow. It's Raul. Remember the person who was like, you need to call Raul. That's who's coming tomorrow. I don't know what time, though. Raul is more wishy-washy. He was like, all right, I'll text you tomorrow and let you know a time. You're going to text me the day of? The time you're coming? No, those weren't the folks from today. It was a different company that I hired to come out. At least the quotes are free, right? But I mean, for that guy to climb into my roof, look at everything that needs done, and tell me a very simple repair. Literally, they're going to jack the roof up and put one sister stud. Those of you who've been following this story know my first suggestion before we involved anybody was to sister the studs. That was the first thing I said we should do. And we're right back at it again of another person saying we should just sister the studs. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, we're full circle. Like, the engineer said it, now this guy has said it, and it's like all of these solutions are going right back to the thing I would have done in the beginning, which is incredibly annoying. I told Lady Mac when I finished, I said, they all charge so much money. I should just become an engineer and start consulting people for massive amounts of money and not doing any real work. You just got to get the degree and the knowledge, and then just, yeah. Goodness. They were very nice about it, but they were really, really expensive. When I was on the phone with the guy, though, I decided to ask him. I said, what kind of work do you guys typically do? And he said high-end cabinetry. And I wanted to say, then why did you come out for this project? Like, that's why you're quoting me 8,000 to 10,000. You're usually doing cabinetry and kitchen remodels. Like, why are you accepting this project and then charging me a butt ton of money? Maybe they do that so they can get a butt ton of money for people who don't know better, right? I will say this, though, chat. Remember the engineer didn't like my repair very much? The construction guys did. He said, if anything, that's too much. I was like, oh, okay. That's what I thought, too. Fucking asshole engineer. Yeah. I do think it's super easy money for them. They're literally installing one beam that connects to another one and then jacking up the house to connect to it. I, however, think that his solution is stupid, even though I'm not an engineer, chat. I accept that always. I just that... You tell me, chat. You're all not engineers either, right? There might be an engineer in chat, but let me hear it, chat. He said, when I finish this, I'm going to have to put a beam in the middle of the garage. And I was like, oh, okay, like dead center? No. Right here where your car is parked. How is that a solution? What, you're just going to give up half the garage? Like, what? It's like you're fixing it in a way that, like, when you're a freshman in college in engineering class, like, this is what you would do, right? You would be like, all right, I'm just going to stick a beam right underneath the valley and lift it. I'm not going to look for a complex engineering solution. Instead, I'm just going to put a big stick underneath it. Yeah, no kidding, Belf. Yeah. So, yeah, very, very annoying. The most frustrating part of it, though, was that my engineer didn't talk sense into them. I paid him all that money. He wouldn't draw them a sketch of what he wanted. He just kind of said to them, oh, yeah, that solution would work, too. And it's like, fuck you, dude. Like, come on, man. Say no. Do my solution that I drew up after I inspected the goddamn house. Hopefully tomorrow will go better. Now, do you want the alleged good news? Would you like some alleged good news, chat? Looks pretty as a decorative piece. Smooth the whole garage. Yeah, no big deal. All right, here's your alleged good news, chat. You ready? My real estate agent, who was supposed to find the quote last week. Remember, if some of you remember, last week he said, I'll get a quote, don't worry about it. And after the first day, he said, oh, I couldn't get it. They passed me off to someone else. After the second day, he said, oh, they never responded to me. So today, I sent him the message. I said, hey, I had someone out today. This is what their quotes are looking like. They're a little high. I'm having someone else out tomorrow. And then he goes, I think I have an official quote. I'm just waiting for the official email. I was like, oh, yeah? I'm sure we'll be waiting for fucking weeks, but tell me more. I said, what number did they come up with? He said they're thinking it's going to be around $3,000. No shit. Just like the engineer said in the beginning. But here's the thing. He doesn't have an official document yet, so he's still waiting. So now we are still waiting again. So yeah. I sent him 6 text messages yesterday after that conversation, like talking about it with myself, apparently, and he never responded to any of them. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow. That's why I said it's alleged good news, Benny. If he actually got a quote for 3,000, we're done. It's over, right? We're done, right? Yay, let's go. But if he did not actually get one, well, then we're just circling the drain still, right? And we gotta hope Raul shows up at some point tomorrow. And then we'll go from there, yeah. I hope he actually gets the quote. That would be amazing, right? I'm not saying that the quote is amazing because it's 3,000. I'm saying it's been really difficult to get quotes. I haven't told you guys this, but I talked to more people. Obviously, it was the weekend. And a lot of general contractors won't even do this kind of work. No carpenters do this work. None of them. Carpenters don't do structural work. Period. I've learned that through the course of this process. Most people who deem themselves a carpenter do things like cabinet building, woodworking, stuff like that. Like things that are more like pretty stuff. You know what I mean? They don't do things that most... It's general contractors that do this kind of work. But a general contractor is also like, they're like a puzzle piece, right? They're part carpenter, part electrician, part plumber. They're a general contractor, right? Oh, I'm definitely going to get a copy, Benny. Yeah. Yeah, a jack of all trades. Exactly. Usually if you're a good general contractor, you'll hire a good carpenter, a good electrician, a good plumber, so that you can pass them off to different jobs as needed, right? That's typically what you'll do. But then the boss needs to know a little bit about all of it, right? So that they can give good quotes that make sense. I honestly think their quote was bullshit, though. 8 to 10,000 is wild for adding. I know it sounds simple, chat. Like they're adding one beam to the ceiling for $10,000. I get that not everybody can do it, but I understand exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna put a jack under the wall. They're gonna lift it by just compressing the jack, and then they're gonna nail in a board in the place that needs to be there. And then they're done. But he's like, I want to jack it up a ½ inch every day for 7 days, you know, because he's not fucking listening. And he wants to push it to a 4-inch lift and all this stuff. And it's like, I just need to talk to someone else, man. I'm so irritated by this point, by you like me saying, I want you to put in a beam with a stud to support the valley. Lift it a ½ inch like the engineer said. But you're like, I want to do this. I want to lift it 4 inches. I want to put a beam here. I want to commit, like, just listen to the engineer for the Christ's sake. Like, just, it's so frustrating. Yeah. I agree that most of it is labor. I do. Don't get me wrong. You guys know I have massive respect for the trades, but we all know that these type of businesses are rife with corrupt people who take advantage of the ignorant, right? It happens all the time, right? So you have to be careful. And this felt very much like that. Even though I was telling them how I knew all this stuff, $4,500 to come out tells you all you really need to know, right? But since they can't get a sketch from my engineer, the quote they wrote me is for $9,000. So what can you do? What can you do? Just have to hope tomorrow's quote goes better, right? Yeah, hope tomorrow's quote goes better and go from there. Or hope that my real estate agent comes through tomorrow and actually gets the quote, right? Oh yeah, for sure, Belf. No, I appreciate that, but please don't. Let him focus on on him and his recovery. Good morning, Snuffle. Yeah. Certified Nomax, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much that. Yeah, exactly, Kinamara. A lot of those carpenters can make a table and sell it for $10,000, or kitchen cabinets and sell them for $15,000. Why would they bother with structural stuff that's much more like demanding and needs a team of people, right? Yeah, well, and I've had, so 2 of the people I asked for quotes said they don't do this kind of work. 2 of them said we can come out in like November, December. I think I've lost track. I've called somewhere from 7 to 10 total general contractors, and I've only convinced 2 of them to come out and actually give me a quote. A lot of this leads to the same frustration of we should have just said no. That's the annoying part of all of this to me, is when they asked for this, we should have said no. You asked for remedy. We did exactly what you asked for. We're done. But my real estate agent and his boss were both scared that they would walk if we said no. I don't think they'd walk. I think they'd go, okay, that's fine. We're still going to buy it. I only say that because they're really deep into the process too, and they're still signing paperwork and sending it over. They paid their fee, their deposit, and I don't know. I think they're going to buy it. But here we are. We still got to get a fucking quote. Doesn't matter what I think at this point, because we're already moving forward with this strategy. So hopefully tomorrow, another day of waiting, chat. Hopefully either Raul gives us a quote. I like that Raul is becoming like a person now. Or my real estate agent actually got one. So fingers crossed, chat, that we get some good news tomorrow. Could be done with this. I almost ordered the container today. But then I got the quote and I went, never mind. But I want the container dropped off soon. I actually decided I want more time with the container in the driveway since we get to keep it for 30 days. You know what I mean? So I think what I want to do is have it dropped off like this week and start filling it now. You know what I mean? Why not give myself more time if I'm going to do it myself? So then I'll have it here for 2 weeks and then at the other house for 2 weeks. You know what I mean? I just mean like Belfie's like becoming a person in the community because I keep saying his name. Like this legend of like Kevin, you know? We're going to have chat like a month from now going, just call Raul. He's got this. Raul is the guy who was suggested to me by a different general contractor. Remember, I called him and asked him about the job, and he goes, you need to call Raul. Like I knew who that was. And then he didn't text me all day Raul's information until the next morning. And now Raul is apparently going to come out tomorrow at some undisclosed time. So, at some point tomorrow. I do think we have a shortage of contractors in my city, though. Seeing them charge so much and be so hard to get them to come out means they're not hurting for work, right? And saying we can come out in 2 or 3 months, yeah, it does seem like we have a shortage. I hope so, Shadow. I hope so. Who are you going to call? Raul. Not the Ghostbusters. Raul has... He has all the carpentry skills to deal with ghosts. He'll become a meme if he solves your problems. Tell him that. Like, do you know what Twitch is, sir? You will have a lot of people singing your praises for years to come. If you could just give me a quote for under $3,000. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I was so annoyed by them quoting 8 to 10,000 that I put the tablet in front of their faces and showed them the engineer report that said estimated maximum cost $3,000. But they don't want to give me a quote for the work that I'm asking for. They're still giving me a quote for their solution, which is really, really annoying to me. You know what I mean? Like, they won't give me a separate quote of what my engineer asked for. They'll only give me a quote of what they want to do. And it's like, why do you hire an engineer to begin with? Like, what is it? Like, I don't get like why it's like this. Maybe they're just a shitty company who behaves this way. Their Google reviews say they're 4.9 out of 5, but we all know how Google reviews can be, right? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, for sure, Kinamara, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's probably why, Kinamara, if you hire under the table work, it comes with risk, but it's usually dramatically cheaper. Do you know what I mean? The risk is it's hard to sue people when they were just like a handyman doing work for you. I actually think it's almost impossible to sue a handyman. Just because they usually make you sign a waiver saying I'm a handyman, not a licensed contractor. But yeah. You know, that's what I should look for, Marius. The ones that are like 4.1, 4.2 with like 2,000 reviews, right? So you have a ton of reviews that are probably not fake. There are 4.9 out of 5 with like 100 reviews. And we all know you can purchase reviews, right? This is just that it's 2025. We all know you can very easily go out and purchase a bunch of fake reviews for your business. I'm not saying they did that. But when they came out and quoted me that much, I was like, fucking maybe. Yeah. Oh, you mean the 4-star reviews on their business? Yeah. I mean, I've considered leaving a review and just saying like, yo, they charge a fuck ton of money, especially if our engineer says 3,000 and my agent gets a quote for 3,000 and tomorrow I get a quote for around 3,000. What the fuck? I'm sure they build beautiful $50,000 cabinets. Yeah. Again, I have to remind myself, you're right, Angela. This is not normally what they do. So I think they're outside of their wheelhouse and just like, sure, let's take on this project and get a bunch of money, right? Yeah, and they won't listen to the engineer, yeah. I almost am tempted to ask him again tomorrow, thank you for the quote. Could you please quote the actual engineer plan just so I know what that quote looks like? You know, because it's a much simpler project with one beam and one stud installed. Could you please quote me that too? I don't think they will though. Because basically he kept alluding to their $4,500 fee for assessment, meaning they want their own engineer to be paid. They want that as part of the process. Yeah, it's reminding me, chat, that I said something humble when they were leaving. I forgot all about this little moment and how like snide it is. I said, thanks for your feedback. I never take it personal, so I appreciate you sharing. I think it's important when you're learning like construction and building and carpentry to know that you can't possibly know everything. And the guy laughed and goes, you'd be surprised. Okay, get the fuck out of my driveway. Like, get out of here. There are firms around. I've called 7 to 10 people now, yeah. Yeah, 4,500 feet for assessment, $8,000 job is about 3,000. Yeah, that's what I mean. They said they would give me a quote for 3,000 to 4,000 if my engineer would draw them sketches, but my engineer won't draw them sketches. So they charge a fuck ton of money if they have to do the assessment part. So I weirdly wish the engineer would have done me a solid and put a quick sketch together of what he wanted, because that would have really alleviated a lot of my problems. But he didn't. So yeah. Yeah. So I have another person coming out tomorrow. I don't have anything scheduled after that, so hopefully it goes well. And my agent has his lead that hopefully comes through with an official quote. Hopefully. I am happy that multiple people keep telling us that it's unnecessary to do this project. We don't have water intrusion, we don't have leaks, and we don't have structural stress like on the problem. The problem is 20 years old. You know what I mean? This is not a new problem that's getting worse. This is an old problem that is no longer like from, it's an old, the old problem from the water intrusion from a long time ago. You know what I mean? So, but again, they're new time home buyers. I'm not gonna be able to just say, trust me, bro, right? I'm gonna fucking laugh if your agent's guy is actually Rahul. Oh, hey. I was talking to your agent yesterday. Yeah, basically, back in the day, something happened to this house's roof. The reason I keep saying about 20 years is because the roof on my house, I've lived here 10 years, and the dip in the roof was there 10 years ago when we inspected. And the roof was replaced like 2 or 3 years before that. So the damage occurred sometime before 12 to 13 years ago. So my guess is something happened to the ceiling to cause the initial water intrusion at some point before that. Wood doesn't rot right away. It's a slow process, right? If you have a leak in your roof over a big beam, that beam won't rot immediately, but it will rot over time. Do you know what I mean? So it would probably take water a couple years to eat away at the wood enough to make the house actually sink. But it wouldn't be like, oh, there's a leak in the roof and then a week later you have a sagging roof. You know what I mean? Now you could have something like that if there's a huge leak and it's raining every day. You know what I mean? But, yeah. He also said it will be insanely cheaper if you do it when you replace the roof. So I am going to write an email to them at the end as just like doing them a solid, like, hey, a lot of people said it's not imminent. It's not structurally unsafe. They said you'll save a ton of money if you do it when you re-roof. So just log this in the back of your head, this project, and when you re-roof, fix it then. Because they keep saying when you re-roof, this is so easy because the decking will be gone. So, yeah. I am going to do them a solid and tell them that's what I keep hearing is just do it when you replace the roof. But, you know what I've been wondering? What if we just don't give them a quote? Like, it's the 23rd. What, are they going to back out on the last day? Like, I mean, maybe. They might do that to us, right? Well, there's no way of knowing. It's a risk, certainly. But I was like, we're so close to close. I mean, they could still back out on us. If they already have a place to live and they're already good to go, and they're just like got the luxury of another place to live right now, and they're not in any hurry. I think the problem is just given the way they responded to me, Dizzy, if I say, listen, I keep talking to people and they keep saying not to do it, they're going to say, okay, can you get that in writing for me? And a lot of those companies won't do that, right? Because they don't want the liability of writing, I don't think you need to do this, and then that roof collapses, right? And be sued. They just don't want that litigation liability, you know? A lot of them are just telling me in casual conversation. Maybe I should just start saying when they say it, could you put that in writing for me that you don't think this needs done? Haha, JK, would you though? Please. Yeah. I mean, I still think if my agent, when this first happened, would have just said to the other agent, oh, no, we're 3 weeks out. We did exactly what they asked. I think this is a settled issue. I think that they would have said, okay, you're right. They were like, listen, he said about 3,000. You said you're willing to spend 3,000. We're good, right? We're good. Deal with it on your own. You don't even want us to do the work. We're not even allowed to hire a contractor. So yeah, I don't know. You have to accept the world as it is, not the way you want it to be, right, chat? All right, anyways. How about something fun, chat? You want something fun and excessively cute? Because I got that today. First off, baby's getting big. He's getting bigger, chat. Look at those cheeks. Look at those chubby cheeks. Today is the day he was supposed to be born. And he looks about the size of a newborn baby now. Right? There he is. There's baby number 3. Also, we had a 4-year-old birthday this weekend for Jonah. So he turned 4 this weekend. And I got this absolute gem of a picture of Gideon at the party. The frosting was blue. He so has my teeth, that poor kid. Sorry, buddy. He's such a handsome little lad, though, isn't he? He's such a freaking big boy now. Now that I'm looking at the pictures, though, my wife did not upload her birthday pictures. Wait, no, she did. She uploaded a picture of the cake and the decorations. Oh. So I actually don't have a picture of just Jonah blowing his candles out. Oh, you know why? They were texted to her. So she actually has to save them to her phone so that I have them in the feed. Yeah. I do have this like live action shot though of Jonah enjoying one of his new toys. This is actually a cool picture. It's like Spider-Man on a Spider-Man Rex, T-Rex. While wearing a Spider-Man shirt with a Spider-Man boat in the background next to a Spider-Man village. Are you sensing the theme chat of what Jonah's into right now? Can you know what's funny? If you guessed his favorite superhero, it ain't Spider-Man. Like if you ask him, who's your favorite superhero? Do you know who he says, chat? Venom is what he says. But we didn't want to have a Venom themed party because that seemed intense for 3-year-olds. This is the cake that Lady Mac made. Doesn't she make the cutest cakes, chat? So freaking cute. Yeah. He's seen the movies. Lady Mac showed him Venom once. Like, I was asleep and she showed him Venom, and I don't think she realized what Venom is like because he immediately like ate somebody in the clip he showed him. So now Jonah tells people, Venom will eat all of us. He's my favorite superhero. Oh. Okay. Do you, Benny? She'll make you the cutest cake. You'll have to give her a theme and then she'll come up with something. But twitching, I'm not sure if Venom is in any of the animated ones. I have no idea. This is a really good shot of Gideon playing with the new dinosaur that Jonah got for his birthday. So Jonah got a really big T-Rex for his birthday. And this is Gideon. Gideon looks so concerned too. Look at him. He's like, I don't know about this. This T-Rex is so big, chat, that it comes with little guys for you to feed to the dinosaur, which is super funny to me that you can buy little people for it to eat. Like, okay. Also, you can see my sweet Carnage pajamas here. That's Nomak leg on the left there. Yeah. I was on theme, chat. I was ready. Got to be on brand, right? Good times. It was a really, really great party. All 22 people that Lady Mac expected showed up. All 22 of them. But it was a good send-off party, right? That's our last birthday party in this house, hopefully, as long as nothing falls apart. I'm still very skeptical. Let me mute for a second the Elgato, because I do have the video of us singing him happy birthday. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Okay, chat. Okay. Chat. This is... So Lady Mac hit take a picture instead of record while we were singing happy birthday. She's still trying to see if one of her friends recorded it because she ended up not having the recording. So we had the party on the 20th, but his birthday's on the 21st, which was yesterday. So we had a pizza party for his actual birthday with just the family. And I reused his number 4 candle and shoved it into a slice of pizza. Look how happy he is. So that she can get a video of him blowing out the candle a second time. He's so happy. There it is, chat. Yay! We got any clap emotes, chat? He loved it, obviously. He's in such joy. Like, he never let go of his other piece of pizza. Did you notice that? Like, someone might steal it. He's like, no, no, no. I gotta keep hold of this the whole time. Also, notice he ate all of the cheese off of it already. He's his mother's son, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, chat. Our first 4-year-old. Is that enough claps? I think so, yeah. Thank you very much, Keenan Mara. It was a very cute party. He got lots of presents, and at one point he goes, I want my friends to help me open the big one. And all of the little kids loved that. So they all got to rip open a present together, you know what I mean? And then they all played with the toys, and we've become a big fan of letting him play with toys as the party goes along, because it's hard for a 3-year-old to focus if they have all these new toys they're not allowed to touch. So we just started cracking open toys and stuff. And yeah, the Don't Say No kid did the same stuff you would expect. He started opening toys without asking anybody, and he punched his mom in the face at one point. So that was fun. Lady Mac's so funny. Chat, my wife is usually so shy and so quirky, but at one point in the middle of the party with everybody around us, she looked right at me and goes, 2 weeks. Because she won't have that kid anymore in 2 weeks. His mom was right there. She's like 5 feet away. But she knew I knew what that meant. I was like, damn, babe, what happened to my shy, non-confrontational wife? Now you're just like, 2 weeks, bitches. It's almost over. We're almost there, chat. We then let them decorate another cake, chat. We had a really fun day today. We're a big fan of having like a family day after the party day, so we did that today. So what we did was my wife made a pumpkin cake and we let the boys decorate it today. We made them take their shirts and pants off so they didn't ruin them with blue and red icing though. So here we are like decorating the cake. And Gideon only wanted to put sprinkles in the same spot. So there's just this really crunchy section of cake with just a fuck ton of sprinkles on it. But we didn't care what they did. It's their cake, right? Have fun, like, whatever. But that's how we use the leftover frosting and leftover cake mix, is we made that monstrosity. Here's a better picture of what it looked like when we got ready to start eating it. Close enough, chat. Yeah, exactly, Cherish, exactly. It's also why we just let Jonah eat the cake. As soon as he blew out the candle, we said, have at it, kid. Like, that's why we got that picture of Giddy. I don't have any pictures of him eating the cake, though. So hopefully Lady Mac can locate some of those. Yeah, we don't have any. But yeah, we just handed him the cake. And he immediately takes one of the Spider-Man eyes out and just eats it. Like, just raw dogging fondant. Like, like, dude. I love sweets, chat, but that's rich even for me. I can't imagine just eating big chunks of fondant. Just like, all right, man. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I also have a sneaky baby pic, chat. Are you ready? Find that baby. He's in there. This is what Lady Mac looks like when we go out in public now, by the way. She just wraps herself up in a little cocoon. Coffee in one hand, baby on the chest, rolling out here. He's super cozy. Yeah. Also, that dress without that wrap, let me tell you. Goddamn. Anyway, sorry. My wife was breasting boobily when she wasn't wearing the wrap. Let me just say that. Anyway, chat, those are all my updates for today and this weekend. Hopefully we get more updates today and get a better quote that's not $8,000 to $10,000 of a job I didn't ask for. Fingers crossed, right? That's what happens. I feel like, I don't know why, chat, but I feel like you can't just call a general contractor and say, I want you to put a beam right here. Could you do that for me? Like, you can't just do that. You can't just tell them what you want done. They can just be like, nah. I guess they can, right? Because they don't want to be sued. I almost want to be like, let me sign a waiver that says you're not liable for doing what I asked you to do. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll let it go for now, chat. Yeah. All right, chat, hit me. It's a long weekend, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff happened. Anybody got any updates you want to share? Anything going on in your life you want to tell me about? I'd love to hear it. I'm over here blabbering for an hour. Got a small cake for us to destroy. Only know this because they're pics. I only remember things from a week before my 4th birthday and on. Everything before that is lost on the brain. Same. I don't remember much before that either. I love that, though. I feel like it's really, really important for parents to let go at certain times in a kid's life. Their birthday. Don't worry about your pretty cake. Let them destroy it. That's why you made it. They want to open presents right away that they got at the party. Let them do it, right? Let them enjoy their toy right away. Don't put them in a pile and say, we'll play with these when everybody leaves. Who cares? Everybody else brought kids. They know what's up. Their kids are all playing too. Like, just let them have fun, you know? I think that makes for a very chaotic and messy environment, but who cares, right? It's a few hours. It'll be okay. Hi, Shiro Demon. How are you? JMP, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Chat, if anybody wants to say hi in the YouTube chat, I'm going to drop the link to that now. If any of you decide you want to share anything with me, that you did this weekend, feel free. I think we're going to play some video games now, because chat's starting to mellow out a little bit. It really was, yeah. You know what I've noticed, though? The older a kid gets, the older a child becomes, the bigger and more expensive their presents become. Yeah. I do have a Nomac with baby picture. I'm barely in the picture, but Lady Mac did sneak this picture in today of me just vibing with the baby in the chair. I think I sat with him like this for like 3 hours. Like basically the entire evening I sat with him like this. I got up to do stuff occasionally, but you get the idea. After the party, we gave ourselves some time to just sit around and do nothing. Yeah. Oh yeah, Cherish, that'll do it. I got super drunk yesterday, watched a bunch of football games at a bar with my buddy, and saw some people I haven't seen in a while. It was a good time. Nice. That's what's up. That probably felt good. Your life has been heavy and a lot lately. Dentist appointments, your dad, like, probably felt good to just have some drinks, watch some football, and cut loose a little bit. Sometimes you need a day like that, you know? Sort of like after the birthday party ended, I was like, we ain't doing fucking nothing else the rest of the day. We just had 20 people in our house. I spent hours cleaning up and doing stuff. Now I'm just gonna go sit in a chair with my baby and do nothing. We earned that, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Did I tell you guys last week that I quoted a U-Haul truck? And it's so, like, comically cheap to rent a U-Haul truck. Like, you can rent a U-Haul truck for 3 days for $170. For 3 days. Like, seems so cheap for what it is. But I suppose when you have to do all the loading and unloading yourself, and then you have to pay per mile that you drive, maybe that's why. But I mean, if you're moving in town, even the pay per mile is like nothing, right? Oh my God, I love that, Belf. You know, Belf, when I was a single guy back in the day, you know, 100 years ago now, I actually had a bar that I used to go to every Sunday to watch football because it was the only way I could watch the Buffalo Bills back then. They used to reserve my table because I came every Sunday and they would have the Bills game on for me already. And then I would sit there and watch them get destroyed every Sunday because they were terrible back then. Yeah, good times. Yeah, like $180 for 3 days of a U-Haul. Maybe they still reserve the table in memory. No, not bad at all, Kinamara. Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, reboot. What I did last time I did this reboot, I took, it wasn't a U-Haul. What was I renting? It was one of those trucks from either Home Depot or Menards or something. I just took a picture of the odometer when I got in and took a picture when I got out. That way, like you said, there could be no nonsense. Yeah, Shiro Demon, yeah. Well, that's fun. Heck yeah. So, but I'm not going to do the U-Haul truck, and I'll tell you why, chat. It's a lot smaller than the shipping container, just like volume-wise. And I have to drive it myself all the way across the city, and I have to pay for insurance for it. So if I damage it, it's a lot of money to replace the U-Haul truck, and I'll have to make 3 trips in the U-Haul truck back and forth. And that's 50 total miles per trip, 150 extra dollars, making the total like 320. The container's 480, and I can take my time, and it's bigger. So the risk I run is if I can't fit all the big stuff in the container, then what? You know what I mean? Then what? Oh, that's nice, Belf. I've been to bars like that. Yeah. The one I used to go to was similar, except the TVs were also like, it wasn't a big place. So there was like, they were like scattered in random spots in the room to try to still make it a sports bar. But it was like a too small of a place to be a real place like you're talking about, you know? Oh yeah, for sure, Rizzy. To be fair, every piece of furniture in the house, me or my wife put together. So there is that. I don't know. We did call and get another quote for the movers, and it was $2,000 again. So I mean, it's $2,000 to hire movers or $500 to get a container. When you're trying to buy an expensive house and you're nervous about money, one of those sounds a lot better than the other. You know what I mean? I honestly think 2,000 for movers is pretty not that bad. Now that I know what they do and how much work they would save me, it doesn't actually seem that bad. When you consider they take all your furniture apart and put it back together and put it where it's supposed to be and carry it in the house and they drive it to the location, 2,000 actually seems pretty fair considering the massive amount of stuff they would do for you. You know what I mean? It's just, I guess I'm just being frugal in an abundance of caution. You know what I mean? But that does sound very luxurious. One option, what do you guys think of this option? I considered, what if like we had the movers come on the last day we're allowed in the house and told them to move everything. But for the 3 days before that, we did trips in the minivan to reduce the amount of stuff they have to move as much as we can so that whatever they move is, because they charge by the hour. To just try to make it less and less and less, and then whatever's left, they take it all on the last day. So that way, instead of it taking them 8 hours, maybe it'll take them 4. Yeah, I considered doing that because she said the minimum charge for them to come out for this job, I think she said is $570, and that's for 1 hour of work. And then $270 per hour after that. So that 2,000 number was her estimating that the job would take, you know, however many hours gets us to that number, right? So if they take 3 hours, it would be like 1,300, right? 4 hours, it'd be like 1,600. 5 hours, it'd be 2,000. So if we can just reduce that to, like you guys said, just to furniture, big furniture, then maybe that would also be worth it. The company that I called, chat, was highly recommended in the Columbus Reddit group, is called College Hunks. So I've been getting texts from College Hunks for the last 2 days. Yes, hire them. And then I want pictures. Yeah, do you think they actually hire College Hunks to do it? Or do you think it's a facade? They've sent me like 5 texts. Once you graduate college, you're fired. They sent me a bunch of texts, but none of them offered a discount. I was hoping they'd be, because they keep texting me, that one of them would say, if you sign up with us today, we'll give you like 10% off or something. You know what I mean? Is there also a bikini mover company? I would like to hire a bikini mover company, like a bikini car wash. I'm sure that exists somewhere. What an expensive world. No kidding, Warby. No kidding. It's exhausting. Super exhausting. $2,000 for movers is a lot of money. And again, I've said it many times, I don't think that it's a problem of it being worth it. It's just that we're about to spend $500,000 on a house. I know it's not cash coming out of our bank account, but you guys understand, like, it's an intimidating amount of money to be spending, right? So I'm just nervous. I should probably just hire them, though, and hope that it takes them not as long as I think, right? It's that, or I play container Tetris and try to fit everything in one container, and then I have to carry it all over my whole house alone. Like, that's the other option. I have to carry everything where it goes in the other house by myself. The more I talk about it, the more I think we should just hire them. And then hope it doesn't take too long. Yeah, no kidding, Reboot. Yeah. Dude, what do you guys think? You think that's the best choice? Like, try to move as much as we can in the van. All of the little stuff, all of the small stuff. You know when I'm going to feel good about it, Belf? When I'm in the other house watching them carry my headboard upstairs that weighs 200 pounds. And I get to say, yeah, just put the bed back together right there. Definitely move the little stuff. Okay. I'll talk to Lady Mac about it in the morning. She definitely wants to hire movers. She understands where I'm coming from with us needing to save money. Yeah, so the reason people recommend College Hunks is because a lot of them complained about other companies breaking your shit, Benny. And they said that these people don't actually break your stuff. Again, I'm not sure that College Hunks is actually a bunch of hunks moving your stuff. That makes sense, Dizzy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I just had a couple of friends to help me move, that would probably change this conversation too. But all of my friends live really far away. Yeah. Oh, did you, Dizzy? Okay. The bikini movers can break whatever they want as far as I care. I mean, that's how much it used to be, Warby. I still remember seeing 2 men in a truck ads that were $250 back then. So I do remember that too, yeah. Benny, I told you you're welcome to come back down. But you're going overseas. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to get a much cheaper quote. I feel like they're all going to be about the same because my guess is they all compete with each other and keep their prices relatively close, right? Hi, Derpy. How are you? I'm your friend. I'm right here. Come to Ohio and visit. Derpy, look what shirt I have on. Someone go wake up Gorilla. Gorilla got me this shirt. Yeah. Wait, does the hunks actually stand for something? Because it has periods after each letter. Is it actually like a negotiate a discount by offering them feet pictures? At this point, I would offer them if they wanted them. Wait, who scored 4 touchdowns, Rizzy? A truck and a dream. Come on down. The problem is if you have a pickup truck for our move, our furniture is way too big. This is why I'm nervous about the shipping container being big enough. It's 16 feet by 8 feet by 8 feet. And I mean, I'm sure I can stack everything up really now. I should just hire the fucking movers. I'll put it on the credit card. I'll get cash back. It'll be fine. Do you think that Costco has a movers thing? No. They only have a pods service. I do know that if you reserve a pod, you can hire people to load it for you. But at that point, why not just hire the people who have the truck? It stands for honest, uniformed, nice, knowledgeable service. Okay. That's clever, Angela. Probably save a lot of money. Yeah. Costco does offer a discount on getting a pod, which I was excited about, but only if you rent it monthly. Not for an in-town move. So that made me sad. I don't want to keep my stuff in the pod. So yeah, not so great. There's so many promo codes for pods, but I think they're all trying to get you to do storage units. I don't know. I think that it's fair to assume that I'm going to be fucking miserable if I move everything myself. You know, when I'm dragging one piece of each sectional at a time up the stairs of my house by myself, I'm probably going to be fucking miserable. Yeah. And I could get injured. What if I got injured while unloading it and then I can't move it anymore and then I'll have to hire someone anyway? And we have that big ass van. If I take all the car seats out of the van, lay all the seats down, I can fit a lot of stuff in that van. So I can probably reduce the amount of things that they need to move dramatically in 3 days, right? I'll have 3 full days to empty the house out all day, every day, right? That's all I'll do. We won't have any appointments that week. The daycare is closed that week. Yeah. You know what I wonder, chat? Does Home Depot charge per mile for their van? Okay. I could also, the Home Depot van is $20 for, I think, for 75 minutes. I'm only mentioning that because I could move the mattresses on the first day for 20 bucks so that we could stay in the house the first night, the new house. Yeah, we wouldn't need the pod at all. It would just be, it would basically be $570 plus $270 for every hour the movers take beyond 1 hour. Also, I wonder if I'm allowed to help them move to try to speed up the process, you know? I'm probably not allowed to put things on and off the truck, but I'm probably allowed to carry things to the truck and set it down in front of it, right? We have so much shit, though. Yeah, just keep dragging things to the front so they can load it. I also wonder, you know what might take a lot of time, chat, and that's going to suck, is if they take 2 trips. You know what I mean? Because they might, right? Like, if they take 2 trips, then it's going to make it a lot more expensive. Because it's a 35-minute drive. So it's an hour of drive. Do you think they charge you per hour while driving? No, right? That should be what the driving fee is for. It's $230 driving fee. So I would assume that they don't charge you for that time while they're driving from one location to the other. But they might because they do charge it. Okay. I was going to say they might because they can't be doing another job during that time, right? Yeah. Yes, it says they do count the time spent driving. Oh, it says the separate travel fee they charge is what it costs for them to get to your house and then for them to get back to the office. Yeah, she actually said on the phone, she said the timer starts the moment they pick up the first box. They didn't mention charging us for staircases. Is that really a thing? Yeah, basically, Dizzy, what I should tell him is I only want you to take the big stuff and then start putting other stuff in. But I want all the big stuff to fit first. I want to make sure the couches, tables, and big furniture is all gone. God, I'm also remembering there's 2 dressers upstairs, 3 beds, like 6 bookshelves in this house. All of the shelving in the living room for the daycare, that's like 4 bookshelves. Oh, well, hopefully they don't charge for staircases. Okay, it says College Hunks does not charge an additional fee for stairs or elevator usage. It's included in their initial estimate. They said they do sometimes charge for excessive complicated carry situations. I assume that means like a spiral staircase. Not just regular stairs. I might, Dizzy, but yeah. I don't know. I should just hire them, though. I have a very busy life and a lot of kids, and we should just suck it up and pay it, even though it's going to be expensive. You know what I mean? And like you said, the more work I do those 3 days before, the more money I'll save. So I'll just try to, like, 2 trips a day, maybe 3 trips a day in the van, and just try to really, really unload a ton of stuff to the other house. But like every time I think about it, I keep thinking about, oh my God, there's so much stuff there. Oh my God, there's so much stuff there. Oh my God, there's so much stuff everywhere. I mean, we've lived in the house 10 years, right? And it looks like it. And we have 3 kids and 3 bedrooms and multiple living rooms, and we run a daycare and a second business. It's a lot of shit. You know what I mean? There's some things I probably won't let them move. Nothing from my setup, right? Absolutely nothing. Except the desks. But I don't think I let them touch the computers or the monitors or anything. Just to make sure they don't damage that, right? I'm trying to think like what they could damage that I would be heartbroken about. Hit me, chat. What's something that if they damaged it, I would be like, oh man, that sucks. Like, I'm fucking pissed. Like, outside of TVs and electronics. Yeah. Do you think the college hunks? I mean, they are college hunks, Turpy. The new house, you mean like denting walls and stuff? Yeah. The kids and wife? Chat, they're not moving us physically. You guys have been watching way too many movies saying your wife, by the way. The college hunks are here, babe. Oh, baby, you go drive a load to the house. I'll help the hunks, said her husband. Christmas decor, things that I've made. Yeah, the Christmas decor I'll move myself. Yeah. I'll help them move the bed. I guess that's fair, Rizzy, yeah. All right, I think this is the plan, chat. Lady Mac's going to love that you guys convinced me to do this, by the way. So next time she's on stream, I'll remind her that you guys are responsible for hiring movers. Because I think she really, really wants to hire movers, even though she also really, really wants to save money. Yeah. It's also because she has a lifting restriction and she knows she can't help me. I think her current lifting restriction is at 25 pounds. So she's not going to be lifting any of the heavy furniture with me. And you guys are right. It's going to feel really luxurious watching them carry my washer and dryer without me having to do it. That's going to feel very luxurious. Also, coincidentally, chat, we're going to have a subathon with a $2,000 goal. Yeah, no. During the move, the kids won't be anywhere near the move. Me and my wife have a system in place. When something hard and complicated has to be done, we separate church and state. She takes the kids to another place, and I do the complicated thing. You know what I mean? So that's typically how we do it. Me and my wife, this Saturday, I said to her, as soon as the last person left the party, I said, damn, babe, we are a well-oiled machine as a couple. Like, she's doing some stuff, I'm doing some stuff, and we're just like an orchestra, the two of us, you know, managing 3 kids, a party, a house. When the party ended, chat, there was no mess left in our house. We were fucking, like, on it. Our house looked just like it did before the party started. And I was like, damn, babe, we fucking killed it. Now, we were both exhausted and immediately needed to go lay down on the couch for 3 hours, but still pretty amazing that we were like just so in sync all day that day. Nice. Very nice reboot. Well, there you go. Yeah, well, we're going to baby-proof the new house. We already got the stuff for it and everything, so yeah. It's going to be fine, chat. It's going to be fine. I mean, think about it, chat. You guys think I'm not going to damage the other house while trying to carry sectional pieces up the stairs by myself? I'm probably also going to damage the other house. What are the odds that I never like lose track of where I am and put a big hole in the drywall? That's probably going to happen at some point moving it by myself. There's also the thought of how exhausted I will get, right? Moving heavy furniture alone, I'm going to get pretty tired. And I might run out of gas, you know, doing it for multiple days in a row. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Rizzy. We're going to do it. It's fine. It's fine. I'll try to find some deals and see what I can come up with. Maybe the hunks will send me a deal in the morning to try to get my business. I've been really hoping they would do that, but it looks like they don't waver on their rate. They just keep reminding you that you need them. Yeah. So I'm leaving myself all kinds of things to research. I do love Reddit in these moments, by the way. Someone said, try bellhop. Bellhop movers. There, I'll get a quote from them tomorrow. It says, see pricing. I really would just wish people would just share their hourly rate. I know they don't like to do that because of the way the internet is shitty and makes it challenging, but I sometimes just wish, you know what I mean? I'm doing a quote live right now, chat, on stream. Anybody want to guess what the quote's gonna say? It's probably gonna say, we will call you. Is my guess is what they're gonna say. Because that's what happened yesterday. When I did the college hunks quote, it just said, we're gonna call you. Oh my gosh. Would you guys call a split level 3 stories or 2 stories? I feel like a split level is complicated when you say how many stories it is, right? It's technically 3 levels, but I would never call it a 3-story house, right? Because it's 6 stairs up, 6 stairs down. It's not like this weird, like, we don't have like a huge staircase going up to the 3rd level, right? I'm gonna call it 2 stories. Oh my god, okay, their questionnaire is way too big. Uh Do you need help moving a large safe? That's its own question. Do you need help moving an upright piano? That is oddly specific. I wish. Hi, Anubi. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, they're probably a huge pain in the ass, Benny, right? We should schedule the move for the day after closing, not the day of, right? Just in case shit falls apart, you know what I mean? Don't want movers showing up and packing up our house and then the sale doesn't happen. They did give me a live estimate immediately. Who said 2,400? Kinamura did. 2,435 is their estimate. Oh. It's because they said they want it, it'll take them 5 hours to do it. They send 2 trucks with 5 people for this project. It says, look at the calendar to determine if you can change your day to save money. And it looks like, you guys ever seen like Google Flights that shows you all the days and how cheap your flight would be on that day? That's what it looks like. Moving on the weekend is more expensive. If we move on the 8th, wait, I don't want to move on the 7th anyways, right? No, I want to move on the 10th. Which is cheaper. If I move on the 8th, it's even cheaper than that. By $50. It's $50 cheaper to move on the 8th, but then I would have less time, right? But if they're sending 5 people in 2 trucks, that probably will go faster than College Hunks will, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's College Hunks wants to send 1 truck and 3 guys. This company wants to send 2 trucks and 5 guys. That's one of those seems way faster. You know what I mean? But if I do the 8th, I will only have 1 day to move stuff to try to reduce, right? Rizzy. It's like my dream of our future cars. Oh, also, this is still an estimate based on it taking 5 hours. That's true, Dizzy, but I would rather once the movers are done, the move be done. That's just how I feel. I want them to be my last line of defense for finishing the move. If I have to pay extra because I didn't think this through enough, I'd rather they be the, no matter what, the movers are going to empty this fucking house, right? If I do this, that's exactly how I want it. So that when the day comes, it's over. They're going to clean the whole house out and there'll be nothing left. Yeah. You know what I don't know? Do they... If you do your move at 2 p.m., it's also cheaper. So that's interesting. So $23.15 if I do it in the afternoon of the 10th. I mean, $23.15 is a lot of money, but they will pack your stuff for an additional $1,500. I can't believe you can hire someone to pack for you. That's so glorious. Oh, that's true, Benny. You know, that alone is a reason to do it in the morning. That's a really good call out. Yeah. Because 2 to 3 p.m. means they're going to be traveling in rush hour. Yeah. I pay the extra $100 to have it done in the morning so that we don't pay another hour for travel time. Because traffic is rough in Columbus at 5 p.m. No, it makes sense, Mariusz. Yeah. I'm not saying it's weird, just like I kind of forget sometimes that you can pay for someone to pack your house. That seems like the ultimate luxury. So my total is $23.15. I can check out right now, and it'll be the 10th from 2 to 3 p.m. So for that takes 5 hours. College Hunks charges $270 an hour, so 5 hours for them would be $1,000 plus $350, $1,350 plus the initial $300 deposit. So College Hunks would be cheaper, but I doubt they get it done in 5 hours. Right? Seems unlikely. I also wonder, what if they take less? Oh, here it says right here. You have to pay for a minimum of 3 hours for their service. So if they finish in 3 hours, then the fee should be less, right? I would assume that they give you that money back if they don't stay for 5 hours, right? I'm going to call them in the morning and double check. That's a question I need to ask. It does say at the bottom, there's a little asterisk that said, this rate is a quote and not a binding estimate. Your final charge will be based on your quoted hourly rate and the amount of time you actually take. The quoted hourly rate for them is $433, but that's for 2 trucks and 5 people versus $270 at College Hunks for one truck and 3 people. I don't know. Something about them bringing 2 trucks and 5 people makes me think it's going to be fast. You know what I mean? That seems like they're going to be a well-oiled machine. That's a big, like, a contingent of people coming to move your house, right? And if I have the house pretty cleaned out and they're just down to big stuff, yeah. Yeah, so roughly a $300 difference. It might not even be a $300 difference, though. It might be more expensive, right? Yeah, I like that, Rizzy. Yeah. Hire both? They both have that travel fee, though, would be the only problem. I love the idea of 2 trucks and 5 guys. That's starting to be my favorite idea. I think I'm going to present this to Lady Mac tomorrow. It's $2,400, chat. But if they're able to pack my house in an hour, travel for an hour, that's way high, and then unpack for an hour. It doesn't say whether they take your furniture apart. So I'd have to figure that out. Does Bellhop take the furniture apart or not? Need belongs moved in one of the metro areas, blah, 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 blah. I have no idea. Yeah. So I need to know. I already forgot the question I was going to ask now, Benny. Because I started reading something else. Oh, will they take it apart for me? Do they take furniture apart? It doesn't say, so I'll have to ask them. Does Bellhop disassemble furniture? let's just ask Google and see what the initial response is. However, here's the thing, chat. Maybe I shouldn't do that part. Maybe I should disassemble it for time's sake. It's not hard to put furniture back together, right? You know what I mean? They do have a fact page, but it doesn't mention the furniture being taken apart and put back together. You guys are all welcome to read about them. They're just called Bellhop, if anybody else wants to check them out. It's these guys. I doubt it works in Germany, no. Oh god, Bellhop reviews are so negative. Oh gosh. Oh no. I know Yelp's not the best place to look for this, but College Hunks on Yelp is a 4.6 out of 5. Bellhop is a 3. Their Google rating is a 4.7 though. Which of those do you think is more manipulatable, chat? More manipulatable, I guess. Okay. I don't think I would ask them to move any of the electronics outside of the TVs. I would probably ask them to move the TVs, so hopefully they'd have a way to do that. Because how would I put like 5 TVs in the car at the same time? I guess with blankets wrapped around each one? Right? I guess that would be the best way to do it. That is annoying, Kitamura. I would not like that. Yeah, who saves their... Yeah. Are you still no longer allowed to lay an LCD TV on its flat side? Like, is that still a thing? You still don't do that? Is it, Rizzy? Yeah. Like, is that a thing? Like, can I lay an LCD TV on its flat side? If I can do that, I can move 5 of them pretty easy. It would be for 25 miles, so they'd be laying on their flat side for 45 minutes, roughly. I really want the people buying our house to buy the TVs. I hope that they decide to buy them. I'm really sad that their reviews are so bad. That's disappointing. Do you guys trust reviews these days? Like, honest question. Like, I feel like they're hard to trust. You know what I mean? I guess that's fair, Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Take them with a grain of salt, but some do, yeah. Yeah, see, the subreddit said to use bellhop. All My Sons Moving sucks ass. Do not use them. Thanks, Reddit. Reddit is how I ended up at College Hunks, because a lot of people said they were pretty good. They said don't use 2 men in a truck because they fully outsource their work now. Meaning none of the people actually work for the company. I thought it was always that way. Honestly, that's how I thought their business model worked from the beginning. Hi, Pat Adams. Thank you for 4 months. How are you? It's good to see you. I try to get a general gist, but not trust any single one. Okay. Reddit is highly biased. The reason I think I like Reddit is because you can read all of the comments. And it's like more like a public forum, right? So, I mean, you can get lots and lots of different opinions on Reddit. And like, you have to take it with a grain of salt too. But I feel like a lot of people writing on Reddit are not incentivized. You know what I mean? There are so many moving companies in Columbus, which makes it even more annoying. Yeah, good morning, Turge. How are you? Did we just get 1 sub and the hype train started? Okay. It's because we're talking a lot, so the Twitch thinks it's time. They don't realize we're talking about hiring movers. Maybe this is Twitch's way of saying, hey, this is how you fund a move. All right, top 10 movers according to Yelp. A to B movers is ranked #1 in Columbus. College Hunks is ranked #2. All My Sons, that place that the Reddit guy said do not hire, a 2.0 rating on Yelp. Oh, God. I know that reviews are not to be trusted, but I feel like that's really low. Oh, gosh. I would assume that a lot of people buy reviews on Yelp. I've assumed that for a long time. It says mention to College Hunks Yelp and you'll get $25 off. Got All My Sons Moving, second location, 1.5 rating. They're obviously not paying for it. Really, Rizzy? Huh. All right, I'm done with that for now. I'll do some more research tomorrow. What about Angie's List? I assume that's the same, that people pay Angie's List for the same stuff, right? Same idea. I should start a moving company, Chad. That's so much money. Oh my God, Disney, stop it. I mean, I actually had a company send me a message saying, we would like to send you a product and have you write a review on it. And I ignored it. And then a week later, they said, okay, what if you just write the review and we don't even send you the product? And we'll give you a gift card. I was like, oh. I know, Belf. I'm always musing on things to do. But then here I am, buddy. Here I am. Yeah, no kidding, Dizzy, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Goodness gracious, Rizzy. And look at my structure and spend 20 minutes with me and charge me $500. Yeah, I should have been an engineer. Yeah, exactly, Kinamura. Such a shady business practice. I didn't do it. I didn't do. I'm not gonna take a $20 gift card to write some fake review for somebody. Or maybe I should have. I'm kind of trying to save money. Never. No, chat. No ethical standards. But am I gonna go back to school at my age, chat? It's never too late. I'm a firm believer in that. But I don't know if I want to go back to college. I can get my real estate license in 2 weeks. An engineering degree would take me 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just don't know that I want to go back to school for 3 years. Also, remember, I'm in America. That's going to be like, I don't know, $30,000-$40,000 in college debt. You know what I mean? So there's that too. Wait a minute. Do you think when you're applying for college and you have a bunch of kids that having a bunch of kids makes them give you grants? I never really thought about that. Like maybe I qualify for stuff for being a parent with a lot of kids. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Let's just move, and then we'll worry about all of these other careers I'm going to start. Let's get in the new house, and then we'll cross some bridges. Yeah. I mean, I was an engineer major in college for 3 years, so that actually was true. Wait until they're at college, and then go to college with them. Now we're talking. Yeah. How hard is it to get a general contractor license? Super easy. Why is that so easy? Jesus Christ. That's so weird. Here's all you need to get your general contractor license. You need to obtain a certificate of liability of insurance and a $25,000 bond. You have to pay the $300 application fee, $250 license fee after passing an exam. So you do have to take an exam. The bond doesn't cost $25,000, by the way. That's just the way the bond works. It's more like buying insurance, right? And you have to have 3 years of applicable experience, hands-on experience in home improvement. How they prove that? I wonder if that means you have to have a job with an actual employer. Can I just say, like, I've been doing this myself? I would figure, Admiral Bro Code, yeah. I guess that makes sense, Kinamara. To become a general contractor, you're going to hire a plumber. You're going to hire a carpenter. You're going to, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, in the last 3 years, and we can go back, like, if we go back, let's go back 10 years, I have remodeled 4 full houses, top to bottom. And I have lots of pictures and stuff like that. I'm not sure how much that would help. If that would maybe I should just call them and ask them, like, hey, can I just, I've been doing it by myself for years and years and years. Like maybe it's a more casual thing where they don't need you to show a resume and job certifications and stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. But I feel like I've done so much home improvement. Yeah. I already tried that, Rizzy. I offered to fix the problem right away. You know, by sistering the studs so that they would be stronger and they wouldn't have to worry about it. You know, the same thing that was fucking suggested today by the contractor. So fucking annoying. The first thing I offered to do for them, I'm not bragging, by the way. This isn't bragging. It's just that, like, I knew how to fix the problem in the beginning, and they didn't listen. They didn't, which I guess they're first-time home buyers. Why would they trust some random guy that they don't know? And I also have incentive for them to just use me, right? But it's just funny to me. I'm just musing and, like, being a little bitch about it, that I knew the solution in the beginning and could have just fucking fixed it. Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be fine. Here's what's going to happen today, chat. I'm going to get a quote from the new guy, and it's going to be like $2,500. And then my agent's going to get his quote for $3,000. And we're going to have 2 quotes for under $3,000, and we're going to be good to go. Easy peasy, right? That's definitely what's going to happen. Come on, chat. Let's put it into the universe. Was it? Yeah, the realtor's license in the United States requires you to go to 2 weeks of schooling. Only 2 weeks. Full-time, 9 to 5, though. So if I do that, I'll have a week, 2 weeks, chat, where I will stream very limited hours. Sort of like now, though. It'll be pretty similar to right now. Maybe I should do it as soon as I move. Right? That's also kind of like ripping the Band-Aid off. Am I actually going to be a realtor? Let's fucking do it, right? But then I can just keep this weird schedule for 2 more weeks. You can do it online? Mine is in-person classes. I would assume I can do it online. I didn't even think about doing it online. Can I do that online? The hardest part of the process is you must find a broker ahead of time. That's probably the most difficult thing to do, right? No, I graduated college. I have a bachelor's degree. Yeah, you got to get the right courses, exactly. I mean, there are people who offer it. Do you guys think this is too expensive? They charge $1,600 for the real estate license courses. To me, that doesn't actually sound that bad. It says it does your 100 hours of required education. They do exam prep, online exam prep classes. They pass or don't pay guarantee. That's pretty awesome. They invite you to career expos to meet brokers. The $1,600 program includes 30 hours of continuing education. New agents must do this in their first 3 years, so that's included. 20 hours of post-licensing courses. State of Ohio also requires this in your first year. All included for the $1,600. They also offer the online course for $850 if you just want to do it online. That only includes the materials, a webinar. You can contact the instructor via email or for help, and you still get invited to the Career Expo. That's not bad. $8.50 to do it online. 2 weeks of everyone on stream getting their license. Just do it as like co-working. I might want to be a real estate agent on the side. I don't want it as a replacement for my current profession, which is this. But it just seems like a very logical fit for me, and it's something I've thought about for a really long time. And chat seems to think I'll be good at it, and so does my wife, which makes me think about it more, I think. I love to talk, and I love houses. I feel like those are people who are pretty good at being real estate agents. And I agree, if I just sold one house, I would get all that money back, yeah. But I would need to find an agent to broker me. And that's, to be fair, I bet that's not hard. I bet most of the brokers are dying to have more agents to put underneath them because then they get to take a piece of their commission, right? So I would assume that's actually more like they're competing for you than the other way around. Yeah, no kidding, Belf, yeah. Did you add Mabroco? That makes sense. Yeah. Also, then no one's going to take you for a ride on Mabroco, you know? And that's always nice, too. You know what I didn't know? You can ask your real estate agent to lower their fee. Did you know that, chat? It's a flexible thing, not an ironclad thing. It just usually doesn't happen. So, like, my agent charges 3%. I could say I'd rather you charge 2.5. And then they can decide whether to say fuck off or sure. Oh, did they really, Kinemara? Okay. So maybe that's come to light more recently because of stuff like that. But I mean, the most expensive thing we're going to pay in closing costs is to the seller. I mean, is to the agent, right? That's by far the most expensive part that we're going to pay. Because we're going to end up paying $18,000 to the agents, $9,000 each. Isn't that crazy? $9,000 to each agent on each side. Nuts. Ah, okay, Kinemara. Yeah. I mean, 6% is pretty standard in Ohio, so it's not like I'm getting taken for a ride. That's pretty much what everybody charges. Well, to Kinemara's point there, they were probably all colluding to get that fee. But that's $18,000 in agent fees is pretty wild when you think about it, right? Like, that's nuts. That number's even higher for the people selling us their house, though, because that house, we're buying it for a lot more. So that fee is going to be what? $30,000? That's crazy, chat. Do you think a real estate agent is worth $9,000 to sell your house, chat? That's like an interesting question, right? I don't mean that in a condescending way, but does that seem high? Because it does seem high, right? $9,000 to sell your house? I guess that's true, Belf. You know, Belf, I have heard that you can complain to the brokerage firm to try to get a credit if you've had a bad experience. Long as you make them work for it, then you think yes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for my real estate agent, we did every step of the process ourselves, but he's the one who got us into the houses. But we found the house that we bought. We set the price for our house. Like, we made all the decisions along the way. That's not necessarily a slight to him. That could just be because he's working with me and I have a lot of knowledge. Maybe when he's working with people who are more uninitiated, they just go with what he suggests, right? I guess that's true, Belf, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that we're in the point where Zillow, Trulia, and Realtor.com are too good. So real estate agents no longer have like hidden gems, you know what I mean, that you don't know about. That doesn't really exist anymore. Are you contracted with that agency, Dizzy? Like, could you get a new agent, or are you still under contract? Here, I had to sign a contract. that expires on certain dates and stuff for like 2 more months. Okay. And I assume if you don't have a house after 2 months, you're switching, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, my contract expired with my current agent 3 weeks ago. Fun little factoid, because I made sure they didn't extend my contract. But I don't want everything to fall apart. But if it does fall apart, we're obviously switching. Interesting, Admiral Bro. Okay. Yeah, you know, the 9,000 won't go to my real estate agent. He's an associate agent under a senior agent, so I believe he will get like 60% of that or something like that. Because the agent above him that he works for is going to take a chunk of that. It's kind of like, I would say real estate agencies, the way it's designed is a bit of a pyramid scheme. Just a little bit, you know, because it's advantageous for you as an agent to get a lot of associate agents under you and then take a piece of everything they're doing, right? That's very advantageous of you to do, because then you do no work and you still get a slice, right? But I guess it also depends how much you're supporting them and helping them sell houses, right? If you're just like, good luck, kid, get out there and make some money. That could still work, but probably not as good if you're not as helpful, right? Yeah, the original MLMs, yeah. I went to one of those meetings once when I was younger, a pyramid scheme meeting, where they talked about, it was like selling some sort of investment thing. But the agent who was selling us on it wanted all of us to work for her because she made a piece from all of us. Really, Disney? Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Admiral Broco. They definitely don't get it all. Yeah. But here's the thing. If you're a real estate agent for a year or 2 years and you've sold a bunch of houses, you no longer have to work under another agent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you won't have to do that anymore. Then you can just work for yourself. You still have to have a brokerage above you, unless you open your own brokerage, which is very, very difficult to do. So yeah. Did they, Pat? Oh, goodness. Primerica. Ugh, yeah. I don't think they're as prevalent nowadays, but man, it was a racket back then. There were so many of those. I don't even remember what mine was called anymore. It's now defunct, obviously. Yeah, I don't even remember anymore what it was called. It was so long ago. It was like right after I got out of college. Start a streamer pyramid scheme? What's that gonna look like? All right, all of you smaller streamers need to start rating me every single day. Okay? And in return, I will gift you 1 sub. You make a little, I make a little. You must give me all of your viewers, though. Once viewers come in here, they never leave. It's kind of part of the system. I use my attractive community to lock people in, and then they can't escape. Once they're here, you guys get your claws in them, and that's it. That's game over. Don't judge me, Samir. This is a judgment-free zone, for me anyways. Not for you feed enjoyers, sorry. It's not judgment-free for you. For everybody else, though. See, Belfs, I'm talking about. People try to escape? I know, right? Just accept your fate, okay? Our handcuffs are made out of silk. It feels so nice. What are you trying to escape for? It's so pleasant on the skin, you know? Yeah, reboot, yeah. It's not a pyramid, it's an upside down funnel. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not sure what you mean. I can stop watching the stream anytime I want. Sure. I bet, Admiral Bro Code, I bet. I sub to stay here. There you go. You pay to be imprisoned, Jonesy. I mean, not prison. It's not prison. Haha, JK. You can leave anytime you want. I do have a 3-inch metal hole saw. It's too bad you live so far away. I actually do have one. It's sort of... Here's a fun thing, chat. Those very expensive contractors who came over today, you know, $8,000 to $10,000 to put one board in my ceiling. I know it's not that simple, but I'm annoyed. Didn't bring any tools and asked me if they could borrow my level. I should have said that'll be $7,000. Do you have a level? We didn't bring a level. Do you have a big... Oh, we need a long level. Yeah, I do. I did say so when I came out. I said, if you guys need any other tools, let me know. I have a lot of tools, you know. Because I'm actually prepared for the job that you're quoting me for. If I wasn't selling the house, chat, like if the sale was going to fall through, I would just fix it so this didn't happen again. You know what I mean? I've had a lot of people out now. I know exactly how to fix it. And ever since that one guy said, you can literally do this with a car jack, I was like, okay. Then I can definitely do this myself. Yeah. There you go, Reboot. Use your phone level. Download the app. That's what I should have said. Just download the app, bro. So easy. Yeah. Anyway, today's quote's going to be great, chat. I feel it. It's going to be an awesome quote. The sexiest quote. The biggest quote you've ever seen. The most amazing... Okay, I'm done. I like that for all of our live chat. We will all know who that's impersonating. Literally till the day we all die, we will all know. Oh my god, it's kind of funny, Admiral Bro Code. The smoothest and deadliest of quotes, yeah. It's gonna be $3,300, Belf. A little over the budget, but that's gonna be okay. I am still gonna send them that email pretty soon, chat, that says, would you like to buy the TVs, the solar panels, and stuff like that. I can't think of anything else to offer them to buy that I don't really care to sell. I thought about offering them my tool chest, mostly because I didn't want to move it myself, but now if I'm paying movers, I guess who cares, right? I wonder if they'll try to lift the tool chest as is. It's got to weigh like... There's no way. It's got to weigh like 1,200 pounds, right? It's got to weigh so much. There's no way they move that as is. I didn't even think about that. They'll probably just take the drawers out and move one drawer at a time and then move the chest while it's empty. That's probably the easiest way for them to do that, right? Yeah, exactly, Gamertech, exactly. Goodness gracious, Summer Bro Code, yeah. Yeah, they only have to take the tool chest up 6 stairs, but a tool chest is heavy and 6 stairs is a lot for a tool chest. That's what I'm saying, Angela. I almost feel like I should do that. I should say that in like a review because I was just so caught off guard. Did I click the wrong button? I believe I did. Like $9,000 for a repair that an engineer thinks should be $3,000 is wild. Like wild. Did I lose my kingdom last stream, chat? Oh, day 1. So no, it's still there. Run, still going. No, Vafe, Storm Dragon, Benny, and Derpy. There you are. Haven't even started yet. So you're still fine. I think, Benny, I went to bed shortly after you went to bed. I'm pretty sure that it was pretty close together. Because I was so effing tired. I can't wait to be in the new house and just have a normal schedule, man. I had a really good call today with the new preschool chat. I said I left a voicemail for them this morning, and they called me back to talk about how their pickup and drop off works and how their scheduling works. And I asked them a bunch of questions about their preschool. Their building is only 1 year old. It's a brand new building. And she said it's so nice that the district uses it for all of their meetings, the preschool. She said, which is uncommon, but they really like the preschool. And she said they do drop off in such a cool way, chat. So current drop off is we have to park our cars in a very crowded parking lot and get in line. And then a runner comes to the door and takes your kid inside. You never go inside the school for drop off. No parents go inside the school. I think they do that as a protective thing so no kids get like abducted or something, right? So parents don't enter the school in the morning at all. And during pickup, you don't enter the school. At the new school, you park, she said their entire parking lot is set up like an obstacle course. And she said everybody parks in a line in their parking lot. And then the runners, same thing, they do runners, come to your car and take your child from the car to the building. And then you leave in the exact order that everybody's parked in. And she said it never takes us more than 15 minutes to have the whole school filled every morning. She said we're a well-oiled machine and we've got it down. That's a really cool way to do it. You know why that's also cool? Because imagine when it's snowing. You don't have to stand in line in front of the door when it's cold, right? You can just sit in your car and wait for the runner to come get them. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, I thought that was really cool. Right? Isn't that neat, Belf? A school with hundreds of kids, 15 minutes for drop off. That's pretty amazing. No standing in the snow, no standing in the sun, just sit in your car with the air conditioner hanging out, waiting for them to come pick them up. Yeah. Hi, Cage. How are you? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing awesome. All right, chat. Since Benny's still alive, we're good to go. Wait, we didn't name the wagon? Did we not name it, or did I forget that I named it? Oh, it's the Bro Code wagon. Thank you. He was driving like 150 miles an hour, so I had to unname it for a little while as punishment. Raul's Roughnecks. Time to get Raul in here, yeah. I've been good, Cage. We had another baby. The baby was born. So that happened. My wife got very, very cute pictures of him today. Look at this little chubby-cheeked baby. Look at that little dude. He was 6 weeks early, but he's home now and safe and growing and getting bigger. There's our little dude. We named him Asher, and my other two boys call him Asher the Basher. So intense for a little newborn. This is a better picture to show how tiny he is. Plus, my wife looks super cute. She always does, but what a fox. Yeah, but see, he's little. He's so little. That's my wife. He's just a little dude. But yeah, also we bought a house and we're selling our house and we move in 2 weeks. So, you know, not a lot of big things happening at the same time. I feel like asking me how are things right now is a very loaded question. How are things? Oh, I just had a baby. Also, I'm moving. I sold my house and I bought a house and I'll be moving into that house. You know, all at the same time. Does he, Angela? I feel like the picture after that one, Angela, even looks more so like that. Look, Angela. You ready? Yeah. It's such a little chunk. Nah, I'm going to be streaming all the way through it. There's probably going to be a couple of days I'm going to miss, though, while I get internet set up and stuff at the new house. So there'll probably be a couple of weeks that are missed. Chat, how do I stop dogs from jumping into a creek without a fence? Are invisible fences hard to set up? I've been trying to figure that part out. I would like to not put a fence in the back of the backyard, but I don't think I have a choice. I don't wanna, but I think I gotta. You know what I mean? But I really don't want to. The backyard is so pretty. I don't want to put a big ass fence all across the back of the creek and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm going to be trying to think of a solution for that. Because one of the options is just let the dogs go back there, but I don't know how far Ziva will drift away from the house. You know what I mean? Like, Sadie's a good girl and very disciplined, but Ziva's just kind of like a... One time I left the fence open, and Ziva just left and walked down the street. I know, but I don't think I'm building the dog run anymore. Because I need to put the shed over there. So I don't think I'm doing that idea anymore. Instead, I think I'm building a section. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, right, I'm an idiot. Right. I am still technically building a dog run. Never mind, chat. We did already solve this problem. Ignore me. Anyway, Darkest Dungeon 2. Listen, chat, I've had a long couple of weeks, okay? Right. The dog run does solve the problem. I'm not building a long dog run anymore, but I am still building a sectioned off area of the yard for this exact reason. Chat knows my plans better than me now. Yeah. That's where we are now. But I'm going to build a fence that goes from the front garage door down the side of the yard to the deck. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Farstar, I slept 10 hours of sleep for Sunday. For today, I slept 1.5. So this is me streaming on 1.5 hours of sleep, not 10. Hi, Sumo. So just to be fair. Right now, during the week, this is how I sleep. I sleep an hour to an hour and a half before stream. I sleep an hour to an hour and a half after stream. And then I take a 45-minute nap in the mid-morning. That's been my current sleep schedule for the last, like, I don't know. How long has it been, chat? Like 4 weeks, 6 weeks? I don't know. It's been a while. When we move into the new house, my new schedule will be sleep 6:30 to 11:30 in the morning. That's 5 hours. I want it to be 7, but I don't know how I'm going to make that work yet. Still trying to figure that out. And then I will be able to take a nap from 12:30 to 2:30-ish. If I don't get 8, I'm so angry. My wife sleeps 8 to 10 hours a night. I'm very jealous. Yeah. Cage, I've been taking Thursdays off because my body shuts down after 3 days of it. So I have been skipping Thursday streams to try to not die, you know? But it's just like, it's when you do everything at the same time, we're kind of a victim of our own decisions, right? Like, we did this to ourselves, right? You probably shouldn't have a baby and buy a house and sell a house all at the same time. So it's going to be a couple weeks of hell, and then it's going to be fine, right? But I don't know how I would be able to sleep. I can sleep 7 hours a day at the new house if I don't have to drop the kids off at school. So I would just have to figure out a way to not have to drop them off at school. But I would like dropping them off at school. So that's hard, right? I'd like to drop them off at school. I love that part of the day, actually. I love talking to Jonah, taking him to school and like getting him ready and stuff. I love that shit. Remember, this is Big Dad energy over here, chat. Hi, Dolan. How we feeling, baby? So, yeah, I don't know. We're making it work, but this definitely has to be temporary. I have a very big goal that I've had for a long time to sleep 7 hours a day. But the only option I have right now is sleeping in the evenings, which is hard with a newborn baby and leaving my wife all by herself in the evenings, right? So we both like this schedule more where I'm there in the evenings and we have family time every evening and I'm with the kids and she could do like breastfeeding and pumping and I'm there to take care of the boys. And it's just we're more of a team like this. You know what I mean? And right now I'm only awake when the daycare's open under the old schedule. So the whole time I'm awake, there's a daycare running in the house. And then I go to sleep when the daycare closes. So it's like, we kind of like the opposite now. It means she won't have my help with the daycare in the future at the new house. She'll be on her own, but I feel like she'll get into a rhythm, right? She'll eventually get into a rhythm and it'll be fine. And also, I'm just asleep upstairs. So if she's having an emergency, I'm there, right? She can just come get me, right? It's not like I'm far away and can't support her in times of need, you know? Also, I forgot to tell you, this is more good news. She has 2 moms that she's currently talking to about care at the new house, which is very exciting. The second mom's not going to work out because her first message said, I'm a Catholic mom and a scrunchy mom. Do you do holistic foods and no screen time? And the answer is no and no. Scrunchy, by the way, is a very fancy way to say you're a fucking normal person. I don't know why people call themselves scrunchy moms. That's so weird. Because you know what a scrunchy mom is? A mom who combines many different parenting methodologies into one. Which is what we all fucking do. Why do you have a name for it? I feel like the name implies you're probably annoying about it, is my guess. Yeah. I agree with that, Angela, yeah. Literally scrunchy mom, Dolan, if you Google it. It basically just says you combine many different parenting methodologies into one. Send Asher the Basher for daddy. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Storm Dragon. I do think I killed this group once already, although you said that earlier, and I think that's true. I don't think we're moving into a richer area. That might be a common misconception, Kinemara, because we're buying a more expensive house. I think where I live is a richer area and a richer school district. Where I live right now. Remember, the reason we're not staying here is because we can't afford to buy a house here. As weird as that is. We can't afford to buy a house in our own area. That's why we're leaving. So, the second mom is very, very promising. She has 4 kids. She needs 3 of them in the daycare. That would be full daycare done. If this one works out, it would be over. Yeah, that's fair. The direct neighborhood does have more expensive houses, yeah. So if this one works out, Lady Mac would literally only have 2 moms in the new daycare. And the daycare would be full. But as soon as Lady Mac told her rates, they had been going back and forth messaging all day. And as soon as Lady Mac gave her her rate, she said, okay, I'm going to shop around and I'll reach back out in the future. So I'm guessing she wants cheaper. But we've done a lot of research and she's not going to get cheaper. Because I told Lady Mac, just try to find care for our boys and see if you can find cheaper than your rates. And she can't. So we are cheap. The average cost of a week of daycare for a child in Columbus is between $350 and $500 a week. We charge $250 a week. Just for perspective. So it's a good deal to have our daycare. So she's not likely going to find cheaper. Maybe she wants a more pricey option. Maybe we're too cheap. Damn, that's so cheap. The quality must be bad. We were just kidding. It's actually $300 a week, huh? It is weird to think about, though, chat. That mom, if she signs up for the daycare, would be paying us $750 a week for daycare. Crazy, right? I mean, I can see that, Rizzy, yeah. Hopefully hopefully she doesn't look at it that way. We have all kinds of references. We've been running a daycare for 3 years. Lady Mac has a master's degree in education and was a teacher for 7 years. I feel like we're a very attractive at-home daycare, you know what I mean? It does not, Darksider, sorry. Do you really, Benny? Okay. Because some people equate low rate with low quality tutoring. Yeah, I could see that. Why is this person only $10 an hour? That's way too cheap. I don't want that. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought about that. Hopefully that, well, to be fair, when Lady Mac lists her daycare, she doesn't list her rate. That's very common in daycare. No one lists their rate. Instead, you just talk about it on a case-by-case basis. I told Lady Mac that she should really pursue this from a sales perspective. I said follow up again, even though she said that. And the reason I suggested that is because I feel like it's such an attractive... The idea of her having just one mom to deal with for 3 slots of her daycare is amazing, right? It's so amazing. And then not having to find anybody else. So I told her, send her a message and ask her how she's feeling about the rate. And say, we might be able to pick your child up from their daycare because she wants one of the kids to be part-time. And we found out that they need picked up at noon, and I dropped Jonah off at school at noon, and the 2 places are only 11 minutes apart. So we would just have to figure out if they could wait 11 minutes for me to arrive. And that might be like a more attractive thing to them, that they won't have to do pickup in the middle of the day for their child. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. For sure. So we'll see. She finally got some traction in the last couple days, which is really good news, because she had a lot of radio silence when she first listed. And I think it's because school had just started. So a lot of parents are getting their kids settled into school, trying to figure things out. They're not really looking for care. They probably found it over the summer already. You know what I mean? But their daycare is on the way home for me. So I would take Jonah to school, drive to their daycare, and then drive home. And I'm only a couple minutes from home where their daycare is. Where their preschool is, because it's a different one. So it wouldn't be that out of the way for me to pick them up. We'll see, though, chat, right? We shall see. You guys want to play some Darkest Dungeon, chat? What do you think? Here's a question, chat. Did we get any video game news this week that was cool? I also think it seems pretty convenient, Cage. We'll see. One of the moms we think is definitely coming to the new daycare. She hasn't given us a hard confirm. It just, all signs point to that they're going to make it happen. But no guarantees, obviously. Front row, 3 position, 4 position, 2 position. I'm going to rush them a little bit. Oh, yeah, Hades. Remember, you guys are going to have a little bit of a head start on Hades. Oh, shut up, Derby. It's not that kind of daycare. That's pretty awesome, though, Kinamari, yeah. How many of you guys, this is probably a stupid question, are playing Hades on day 1? Is that a stupid question to all of you? Is that the answer? Yeah, Benny, you played a little early access, right? Was that you or a newbie or both? I know, Cage, yeah. Here I am playing Darkest Dungeon 2, though. Do you ever play tactics games, Cage? To be determined, still playing Silksong. Okay. You played a lot of early access. Okay, that was you. Yeah. Are you excited, Benny? Because there's probably a bunch of stuff you haven't seen, right? So you finally get to see like the culmination of it all. Did you, Cage? Okay. Yeah, the reason I asked is because Final Fantasy Tactics comes out in like 7 days. And chat has asked me about playing that pretty much my entire streaming career. Oh, God, Derpy, yeah. You also played a lot of it too, but I haven't played since July. Okay. Yeah. Finish day 1, but I don't think I could. Depends how long it could take. Okay. I would be impressed, Benny. Not impressed that you did it, but about the amount of hours you would have to do. Because I assume the content is going to be somewhat girthy. Although some of the content in Hades is content, right? Meaning that it's not like new stages or new unlocks, but it's just new text you get while you're in town, right? Talking to people. Your progress transfers, I assume, Benny, right? Yeah, I guess you do have a hell of a head start. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. There's my first yawn of the night, chat. No, Cage, I never got the really hard one. I eventually took a break from it. I'll probably go back to it in the future, though. I let you out to pee right before stream. Why did you not poop? Why? Don't give me that face. You had your chance to poop, and you chose not to. Look at that face, chat. Yeah. Literally let her out to right before stream, and she peed and came right back in. Okay, Benny, okay. Okay. Let me go let the dog out before she poops in the house. At least she's not going to poop in the house. If I wait, she will, though. Not a hell of a head start, an underworld of a head start. Oh, God. Oh, God, chat. You know what you deserve for that, chat? An ad. I'm going to run an ad. How about that? For all of you to enjoy. All right, I'll be right back. All right, chat. Dog has pooped. All is right in the world. Oh, gosh. No ads for you either. Thank you for the gifted sub, Rizzy. We had our second sub apocalypse. I'm sure you noticed from the sub count. Dad, I gotta poop now, not before. To be fair, it's kind of awesome that I have a dog that comes to get me when she has to poop, right? Instead of just pooping on the floor. That is pretty awesome. That she doesn't just go in the house. It was, however, raining outside, so I got water on my glasses because I went out with her. It's nice that it rained all day today. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, too, because we've been in pretty heavy drought. So really awesome that it's actually raining. Yeah. Aliens. I did summon the aliens. Are they not working? I think I summoned them. I see OBS open. Oh, wait a minute. I have Elgato muted. Remember, I muted it earlier for the birthday thing. No, I had it muted. That's my bad. Did I miss something else? Oh, no, the alert just didn't play. Okay. What do you think, Rizzy? Should we give Sumo the new sub message? Brand new red shirt and all that. What do you think, chat? We clean? Almost. That's why we have this emote, right? All right. Wait, how's the new sub message start, chat? You are now a Starfleet account. Oh my god, they're still dirty. Goodness gracious. Planes, trains, and automo things? I don't... Same wavelength, Dizzy. There you go, Derpy. Did you make that, Derpy? I don't remember who made that. I feel like it was you. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, Sumo, welcome to the Starfleet Academy. Grab your wand, step through the Stargate to a galaxy far, far away with me. May your training be prosperous and may the Force be with you. Your journey has only just begun. Thank you to Rizzy for welcoming you to the Academy. He literally just paid for your college. Yeah, you're welcome. Are you using a lens cleaner cloth? I actually was using lens cleaner wipes right there. But they left a little streak, so I had to use a tissue. I had a cloth, but it's been missing for a while. I'm a college boy. There you go. Thank you very much, Rizzy. With that sub, we're at 275 sub points, chat. 25 away from 300. When does Twitch's sub stuff start? Don't they have an end of month thing that they do? I don't actually remember when it is.
The kingdom clings tenuously to order.
Last week of the month. Oh my god, Benny, stop. What am I gonna do with you? Okay. Chat, why do you keep distracting me?
Spend what you can.
I'm trying!
For wealth no longer has meaning. If indeed it ever did.
Do you think we got any mastery trainers free upgraded, chat? Probably not. We're looking for this blue number to not be 0. This is what ended the last run. Me being greedy about this. So it's probably better if I don't find one, because then I'll be less stupid. From September 26th to October 1st at 10 a.m., capping off a bonus gift sub finale for every 5 gift subs purchased in a channel. Valorant Champions will add 1 bonus gift sub to celebrate Valorant Champions Paris. But be on the lookout because Valorant will also periodically give out additional gift subs. So same as last year, right? Basically, sometimes you'll get 1, sometimes you'll get 10, right? It's basically loot box sub gifting. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. Yeah, it's the roll. It's the dice roll, right? Sometimes you get 1, sometimes you get 10, sometimes you get 50, right? Yeah, Hades 2 is super soon. Yeah. Right around the corner now. Benny, you're like the sweetest bean, let me tell you. Let me tell you. 2 days till Hades 2. I wish I could be excited with you, chat. Maybe I should just play it anyway. But then I would be a liar. I think I just pay it, chat.
Without tail, there can be no tooth.
I do remember this, though. I believe this team has really shitty paths. Right? We went through the paths last time, and it was like 3 of the characters or 2 of them. There's no reason to upgrade their path. It's not about better. It's just about different, Samir. Admiral Brocode is the cart. Chat is deep inside of Admiral Brocode all night tonight. All night tonight. It's what he would want, you know? I do like Banneret. Honestly. But the Wanderer version is still better. As stupid as it is. Yeah, I don't know. It turns it. Templar gives you a taunt. See, this would just. I wish that Smite said -1 stress all the time when you swing. That'd be a cooler path than they have to be marked. You know what I mean? It just feels pointless, Benny, right? Like, I'd rather have plus 50% damage when they're marked than -1 stress heal. So Wanderer is better in this case. I feel like this Templar would be way cooler if Smite actually did something other than a 1 stress heal when they're marked. That feels so shitty as an upgrade. Oh, that feels so crappy. And I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose, Benny. Like, when they were redoing this, at least before, you had statistical increases, right? So, like, you would choose Templar, and it'd be like, these 3 skills are affected plus 10% health and plus 10% bleed resist. So at least you could use the passives as a justification. Yeah, this feels terrible. They have to be on fire for it to do anything. They have to be on fire for it to do anything. You heal 15% when you use this, but only if they're marked. This doesn't feel... Like, so many things have conditions that they're very specific when they'll be helpful. No, the paths, they removed all the stat changes on the paths. Which I feel like was a bad decision on their part. Yeah, I agree that it sucks, because it felt like at least you knew. Oh, right, I'm getting 10% extra health. I'm getting 20% extra this, you know what I mean? Versus that just these 3 skills. So all Aggressor does is modify these 3 skills, and that's it. And these 2 require the enemy to be on fire. So you need someone to set them on fire for you first. Right? . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I mean, you could do it yourself, but then you have to wait a turn. Yeah, exactly. Whereas here, the best version of this character to me is definitely the Wanderer. So no reason to upgrade. I believe she was also one that had no reason to upgrade. If I remember right. She at least has some other stuff going on. Maybe they haven't redone the Crusader yet. I guess I would have to read the patch notes. Maybe they haven't got to the Crusader yet. Because she has other stuff up here at least. Every time she heals, she gets a dodge token. Well, 50% of the time she gets a dodge token, 75% if the HP is below 75%. Orphan, round end, gain fire dealt after round 1 in the stable rank. Okay, so the way this works is if she stays in rank and doesn't move, her fire damage climbs. So one round gives her +1 fire damage, another round gives her +1 fire duration. And if she ever moves, she loses that. But, see, this is a cool one. Orphan is very cool. When moving, gain +1 damage, stacking up to 2 times. And she has skills that she can move herself around and her teammates can move her around. See, this one's cool. It doesn't make sense for the way I'm using her, but it's cool otherwise, right? Uh-oh. But it lowers the fire damage to compensate for the bonus you're gonna get. So your fire damage goes from 5 fire damage to 4 and a conditional 1 instead. Which means once you get 1 stack of stable, then it'll be the same amount of damage unless you're stealth. And unless somebody is marked, then you'll do damage to a second person. God, there's so much stuff that requires mark tokens, combo tokens, and there's so few skills that give combo tokens. You know what I mean? Aw, thank you, Dizzy. For anybody who wants to know what emotes you have from Hype Trains, there you go. That's the updated one. See, I hate Arsonist. She now sets herself on fire. Aww. Maybe not worth it then, Dizzy. I know, but everything requiring combo tokens just feels weird, I guess, Derpy, right? It's like it's like paramount that you can create them with a lot of these builds. Like, when has combo token? When has combo token? When has combo token? It's just a lot of conditional damage, you know? I'm probably going to play Orphan and try to do stable rank. That seems fun. So I will do this one. Make her a damage dealer who spot heals. That seems cool. You know the worst one they got rid of? They killed our alchemist. That's probably the most heartbreaking change of all of them. No longer get any piercing from being an alchemist. Unless they're bleeding, then you do. I suppose that's fair, Derpy, yeah. If it makes it, like, super strong after the combo token, yeah. See, this one's hard because I'm not building a bleed team. So Alchemist becomes somewhat worthless, right? It does make your disorienting blast set people on fire. So I guess that would be good for like that one build with the Crusader. Like if I went Magnesium Rain plus these two. Yeah, this is a weird build. So it's basically the Alchemist build now requires enemies to have lots of dots already, and then it exacerbates that afterwards, which is probably really good against a boss, right? Where you can just stack a fuck ton of dots, but in normal fights, not as good, right? Because normal fights happen too fast. Yeah, that's nice, Derpy, yeah. So a lot of these two skills both require the enemy to already be bleeding. So Alchemist, unless I'm doing a bleed build, which I'm not, Alchemist isn't good anymore. This is a buff build. It looks like a buff debuff build now. That sometimes gives combo tokens. I think I talked about this last stream. I do believe Surgeon is now the best. That removes Riposte. That's kind of nice. Huh. This one makes them take +1 from all dot damage. Wait, and makes them deal less dot damage? That's kind of neat. So basically, you can make an enemy do less dot damage. That's new. That's kind of interesting. Because there's certain, like, think about fighting like Baby, right? If you put this on Baby, it would reduce the bleed and the blight damage that Baby does for 3 rounds. That's kind of neat. Surgeon. Double all bleed on the target or double all dots entirely. Wow. +1 bleed dealt for 1 battle if they're marked. If your teammate is bleeding, blighted, or on fire, you will heal for way more. That's such a strong upgrade. Like, holy shit. It no longer removes it from yourself, though, which is definitely a nerf, right? Like, the Wanderer version removes the dot from you, too. So you get a buff for a nerf. It's a trade-off. Stun resistance instead. I don't know. I guess I'm leaning Surgeon. Let's see what we got on the our poor Ritualist and Warlock nerfs. That's a debuff build. Unchecked power increases damage dealt and received. So you essentially want stacks of unchecked power. It actually reduces the damage of burning stars, which feels weird. But your bonus damage from... Okay, so that probably hits really fucking hard. It doesn't say how much your damage you do. It doesn't say the difference. This does +3 damage to the enemy for every positive token they have. And removes all of their positive tokens. Holy cow. I think the hardest thing here, Warlock is so cool. I feel like I'm definitely going to do it just on principle alone because it's so neat. Is you have to build those tokens up, right? Oh my God, Dizzy. You know what I should do, Dizzy? I should send that lady that I've worked with for Harney and Sons a message that just says, the reason nobody uses my link is because your discounts are better. If you want people to use it, I need a 20% off coupon. Because that's the truth, right? Like, if you want to give me the same coupon you constantly offer, then I'll probably get more traction with my link. Okay, well, there you go. Nice, Dizzy. Well, there you go. Hey, Ziggity, nice to see you today. Happy Monday, buddy. If you're stealth, 100% chance to get the bonus. Just looking for the most reliable way. It looks like Abyssal Artillery is the best way to build up the tokens, I think. The simplest way, anyways. This is very cool. When damaged, heal for 4. Only 33% of the time? That feels pretty crappy. Like, 33% of the time is so low. So it looks like I'm going to use Abyssal Artillery to build up my tokens. On turn 1, I'll get 1. If I use Chaotic Offering, I give myself plus 15 for damage, a random side effect, so that could be bad. But I get to go again. It also makes it so 30% of the time I gain another token. I cannot be below 15% HP to use this. I also believe when it says sell 15% damage, it means it doesn't mean I do more damage, it means I take 15% damage. I don't see any other ways to get tokens, though, besides Binding Shadows and Abyssal Artillery. I'm still going to do it, though, because that looks very interesting. I will need to learn Abyssal Artillery or it defeats the purpose. The second skill we have to take is the Taunt if I don't have it. Okay. That's where we are to start, chat. Are we actually going to play the video game, chat? No. No.
The tainted crop continues to spread its tendrils of rot and pestilence.
Look at us, chat. Actually playing a video game. Yeah, I will. I gotta leave you on the edge of your seat, though, Benny. I know how much you like being on the edge. Just give me 1 sec.
The rancid crop grows unchecked and abhorrent.
Oh, that one. Easy peasy. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, I am cursed. Wait, does Vafe have a damage trinket on? No, no, no. That is not your job. That is Benny's job. Hey, more golds, how are you? Immediate layer, chat? No. Absolutely not, chat. I love a mystery. Let's go see what we got.
Safe passage along this stretch.
A fight.
A welcome reprieve.
Just like the other two paths. Easy peasy. There's a certain relief in me, chat, thinking about hiring movers now.
And
I know
so
it's going to be
they must
expensive.
fall.
Oh, it's going to be so nice. My frugality losing is probably a good thing here. They need to swap positions, right? Nope. She's going to have to play in this position. That means Firefly not very good. Dang it. She's gonna dot him first. Or he's gonna resist and I'm gonna do nothing of the sort. You hungry, Quantum? I got some food. Stop licking the goats, please. One down, chat. I don't like her build as it is right now, so it's going to need some changing as time goes on.
Measured and steady.
That is indeed lethal, chat. I don't think I currently have Magnesium Rain. Man, do I miss Alchemist already. That way he can't eat. I'm sure there's going to be an emote somewhere, though. Oh man. Our first 1 HP of the night. All right, Rizzy. You're missing one level 1 emote? Yeah, you're so close.
Sweet reprieve. Until the next test.
Ooh, that's definitely going on the Crusader. That is so many. I guess they figure it's a marathon, not a sprint to get them, right? You have to copy and paste it, Quantum, and then you'll know what you have. You know what that's making me wonder? Is how many do I have? You know what I mean? A lot of them. Looks like all but one. I get them for free, though, because of all of you. When you guys hype train, I get free emotes. That's how it works. Gonna blind? Just in hopes that they miss? Oh, they still get to hatch even when they miss. The eggs are such a pain in the butt, by the way. Because even if they, even if you kill them, they become mosquitoes. Hey, Samja, things are good. How are you today? 1 HP, chat. 2 of them now. Ugh. And the stun. That's lethal.
A deliberate and methodical appliance of harm.
One less obstacle in our path.
Nice. Hi, Mr. Penguin. We're things look promising and like it's probably going to be fine, but we're still kind of in remedy because they want us to get a direct quote from a contractor, which, by the way, chat, every contractor says quotes are estimates anyways, which I'm sure you all understand that. Like, most contractors don't give you like, this will be exactly this much money. They usually give you a range when they're doing estimates because they haven't really started the job and there's always unforeseen things. But we're still searching for that quote for them. I had a company come out that's like a high-end remodeling company today, and they were way too expensive. So we're looking for second opinions tomorrow. But the train continues to move forward, at least. Benny, cheers. Have a great night, buddy, okay? I hope you dream the sexiest dreams tonight. Just all kinds of single doctors just looking to check you out, you know what I'm saying? I know, crazy derpy, right? He probably made like $1 million in that time, though, so I'm sure he doesn't care. Hi, Death Dealer. Thank you, Mr. Penguin. It's good to see you. I hope school's been good. How you been feeling? Single college hunks. Oh, I'm sorry, Benny. I hope you're able to get some sleep. I kind of like the idea of the Hoarder, but I'm a little bit broke, so I think I do Resistance Encounter to get more talent points. You know what's weird about the Pirate Software stuff? If he had just said, I'm sorry, I was wrong now that I've presented with more information, he'd still be at the top of his game, right? But that, like, exposure of him refusing to budge,
Plague eaters, feeding on
even
the
when
tainted
presented with
crop.
new information and new stuff, and just dying on that hill, he just never let it go. Rizzy, it was about the European stuff, right? The someone in chat remind me the petition they were trying to have people sign. Oh my god, Derpy. The Don't Kill Game initiative, right? I think, Dizzy, what it did was, though, those other bad things got bright lights shined on them after it, right? Yeah. Voiced in my department today that I'm unsure if I'm making it through the year. So there's that. I think it's just a bunch of negatives piling up, feeling large. So also I really won't. I don't know. I'm having to meditate and sleep assessing. I hope, is it because you need them to make changes for you, Mr. Penguin, or does it just feel overwhelming? You don't have to share if you don't want to, by the way. Don't feel any pressure. I always found Pirate Software to be kind of an elitist, smug person, because he always spoke in absolutes in the way that he speaks, and he didn't really like leave room for nuance. Like when he was rising to prominence, every time I would see some clip of him, he would just speak in this like absolute, my word is the truth. And usually those people are, you know, full of shit. Yeah. Let me see Derpy. Oh my god! Oh gosh. That's extra funny. This reminds me of, was it Rizzy who'd said this about me? I think it might have been multiple of you who have mentioned that, like, for someone who doesn't like feet, you sure talk about it a lot. I never talk about feet. Oh no! The Nomax supercut of mentioning feet. I know, Phoenix, so crazy, right? One little thing. Like I said, he probably doesn't care now because he probably became a millionaire because he was breaking sub records and doing, not breaking them, but you know what I mean, like hitting crazy milestones with hype trains. But when an elitist prick gets what's coming to them, that's always a good thing, right? Ugh. Don't go first, don't go first, don't go first. Dang it.
A master stroke.
I hope so, Dizzy. The worst part is I think to this day he still thinks he had no reason to apologize. And it's weird because the initiative wasn't for a bill or a law or anything. It was to force the government to have a conversation, right? If I remember it right. There was no bill, there was no law, there was no rules. It was just a forced dialogue, right? Once the petition got enough signatures, right? I believe the Crusader might be part of a DLC. Yeah, I believe the Crusader is DLC. The Binding Blade, maybe DLC, I think it's called. You think so, Alfie? Yeah. And you guys know I'm a strong proponent of one of the most powerful things we as humans can say is I was wrong. And understanding that that doesn't diminish you as a person, right? It's okay to be wrong. We're all wrong all the fucking time. You guys have taught me things that I was wrong about and I've learned on stream, you know what I mean? I don't remember what it was, but that literally happened like last week.
Humbled by exposure and neglect.
Was it the Steam thing? Oh, and how Steam isn't as bad as maybe I thought. Yeah. No kidding, Turpy. Little column A, little column B. Because of the nature of my position this year, there are some extra challenges that I feel like could really use some direct guidance on. Is that what you told them? Like, come on, I need you to start telling me. Way more flexibility than I had in my own classroom, which is cool, but I'm feeling lost more than I'd like. Students that I'm seeing more of than I would in a standard setting. That's just super challenging to work with generally. Okay. So there's a lot of knots to untie, basically, all at the same time. Yeah. And you never really know if someone's motives are real or fake or just they're just purely driven by money, right? Because there are plenty of people who are just purely driven by wealth, right? They just want to be rich. I honestly think my real estate agent is like that. And I think that's why he's so hard to communicate with, is I think he's just always like, I want a new client, I want a new client, I want a new client, forgetting that he has active clients that will make him a lot of money, and that this behavior will make him have no word of mouth going forward. You know what I mean? Which I feel like is really important in real estate, because how many times, if you have a great real estate agent, you're going to tell your friends about it when they need one, right? Like, for sure. Why wouldn't you? Like, oh my God, Steve was so great. He found us a house. He was super accommodating. Like, he made the process really easy. You would definitely tell people. It feels like that makes a real estate agent's job really easy if you can establish that kind of rapport with your clients.
Anticipate, adapt, and
You have
reposition.
5 turns to get a team up there.
Be mindful.
Very long run.
Travel on foot is not without risk.
I believe that's a team. Leopard, Jester, Vestal, Duelist. And then the bottom team is Bounty Hunter, Grave Robber, Hellion, Abomination. No. I mean, we've watched an entire media ecosystem of people being fake to get rich, right? Saying outlandish, nonsensical things because they know it gets clicks and they make more money. And there's lots of people who just make a living that way these days. They don't believe a thing that comes out of their mouth. They just know that if they keep saying it, they'll keep getting more clicks and more ad revenue. And you know what I mean? And more popular, the more controversial they become. That's fair, Derpy, yeah. Are you talking about me now, Derpy? I don't love real life money. I love being greedy in video games. To my own death eventually. Yeah, exactly, Valarn. I've literally told hundreds of people about my bad experience with my agent. Now, you guys don't know his name or where he works, obviously, so I'm not like throwing him under the bus every day. But yeah. Derpy, I don't run from that. I am who I am. Do you, Curling Master? That's how I get the hooks in. Reminding you of your sexiness and your amazingness and your beautifulness all in one phrase. Oh my God, Kimura. What am I even doing, chat? I might just go back to the inn I was at. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm gonna, because that's where my mastery trainer is.
Spend what you can, or wealth no longer has meaning.
I could upgrade this inn before I leave.
Indeed it ever did.
30, 40. It's exactly 50, and I have 59. That way I won't have to defend it anymore. I really need to set up the defenses at the fringe inns, right? That's really what I should do. There you go, Derpy. You gotta really drag it out. Just trying to increase my ad revenue time, you know what I mean? Okay. Well, hopefully when you start coming to them, Mr. Penguin, you'll have some positive interactions. Because I feel like that, just given what you're saying, might end up being your make or break, right? Like, if they're actually going to be a good support structure for you, that would be awesome. Everything's pretty stable right now. Maybe I'll do Benny and Storm Dragon.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly.
Do I want to upgrade this in? Basically, the question we're asking is, do I want to set this in up to not need
Each day
defense?
brings new obstacles and new opportunities.
I feel like I should do that here, here, and here. You know what I mean? Backtracking one unit is not an efficient use of my time, that's for sure. If I go this way, I could then underground back to here. But that means no upgrades for 2 straight areas. 3 straight areas. But I only have 2 upgrade points. No, I think if you do the full upgrade for 50 points, Alfie, they still steamroll the enemy. Which feels worth it to me, because 50 points is a ton. You know what I mean? Okay. Well, Mr. Penguin, I hope you're able to navigate it. Not easy. As you remember why you're there and what you want to do and what you want to accomplish, hopefully it'll eventually align for you mentally. Whether that means leaving or staying, you know? Hopefully you feel good about it either way. You always got to do what's right by you, though. Very important in life.
The barnacled timbers of the coastal villages are sodden with salt.
Yeah, we don't want to be miserable just for the sake of being miserable, right? Sometimes things work out, sometimes they don't. It's sort of like Lady Mac worked at she worked at a school for 6 years. And then she switched schools because the new school offered her $30,000 more money.
Propriety floats listless on the tide.
But that school gave her no support whatsoever.
Degradation.
Like none. It was pandemonium in that school. And it made her have to start taking anxiety medication again, and caused her so many problems, like with her mental health and physical health. So sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, right? Always got to make sure you're being honest with yourself more than anyone else, you know? I'm married, but no Mac is no Mac. Hey. Hey. Unknown. We're not going to fight the Leviathan. Derpy, if you ever get married or decide that's the life path you want one day, I expect you to also feel that way. Just so we're clear. I'm gonna hoard in materials, I think.
Myriad options require careful deliberation.
See the debris ahead? That is where they'll make their move.
Benny is very stressed.
It is low indeed.
What the hell is that quote from?
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
I have no memory of that quote.
Malaise. Measured and steady.
Oh, it's probably the ranch. Man, we don't ever get positives. I feel like that's a little overtuned in this game. Because it's so rare to actually get a positive.
Early results are encouraging.
They all get to hatch. It's gonna suck. They hatch into such dangerous enemies too. Like, that's so brutal. It was not a bedroom quote. Stop it. Like, the eggs are starting to feel like a run-ending fight. Right, because they just decimate your relationships. And we never get positives. So they're starting to feel like a run-ending fight. I'm not sure we can avoid them. We kind of don't have a choice.
A lesson taught is a lesson learned.
Hey, they actually missed.
Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
But this fight feels like it's gonna end my run. Because all my relationships are in the toilet now. It's like that meme Derpy posted in the Discord. I'm back to relationship counselor again. No, they're both dead at least. But all of our relationships took -2 and -3 hits. I did save a little whiskey at the last inn, so maybe that will help. I guess I just start blowing them up. I didn't think I was on to the next section, but maybe I just start blowing up the eggs. I only have 4 shots at that, but maybe I just start doing it to preserve the run. Everybody already hates each other, I guess, so who cares? Yeah, I guess so. It's already so bad, like, who gives a shit? I guess I don't get an extra mastery point there by not fighting, though. Which is kind of why I'm up here. But we need to regenerate some health. Also, I should probably give Vafe that blood. Oh, the position doesn't pay well, Mr. Penguin. I almost missed that message. Oh, gosh, yeah. Whenever something feels like just trust me, bro, usually that doesn't feel good, Mr. Penguin, especially in a from a career standpoint.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
It's kind of important that I kill him so he doesn't shuffle me like mad. Please resist. Just for perspective, I'm wearing a move resist trinket. Oh, we're fucked. This is really rough RNG. Yeah. That was just a really, really shitty turn order.
Early results are encouraging.
It doesn't help that she doesn't currently have her bleed heal, obviously. That would certainly make life a lot simpler. Okay, that should help a whole bunch.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Hey, we resisted it. We did it. All right, he's dead. He only took 4 damage. Oh, he had the token.
The Leviathan's breath thickens the air.
They still rolled the first 2 turns there. Holy cow. My team must be really slow. Because he only had 5 speed and he outrolled the entire team. All right, there's the extra mastery point. I closed that way too fast. It's not terrible for a tank to... Sometimes when you hit, you taunt. It's not terrible. Oh, we got syphilis while we were in there? Cool. I'm gonna throw this in the garbage so I stop getting the exclamation point. Nothing like free syphilis, chat, right? Hooray. Derpy, are you shit-talking your team? Jesus.
A crackling fire and the company of friends. Blessings both.
Okay, so you guys are all headed over there.
Be mindful. Travel on foot is not without risk. Anticipate, adapt, and reposition. Another nameless city.
Just go.
Another
I don't even care anymore.
mutilation and madness.
We're in such bad shape now. It's like, who gives a shit? Just get me to my team wipe and let me start over. I mean, I'm gonna try my best.
Behold, the great cities of man, ruined and aflame.
Time for a new team. It does feel like it's time for a new team pretty soon.
Debasing themselves in the face of the end.
You hear that, Chet? He said we're based. That's what I heard. Which I believe, in my Elden years, I've learned that that's a compliment.
Agony by accumulation.
Oh, basted, not based. Slightly different. Let's do a taunt here, try to keep the damage in one place. That's me now, Curling Master. How are you, Lord Conti? It's good to see you, bud. I'm gonna buff him and see how hard he can hit. Turning things around, trying out the demo for Dia the Lich. Nice, I hope it's good. I wonder if that's one that Disney's tried. Many dots! You did? Nice. Did you like it? You like it, Lord Conti? Okay. What kind of game is it? I guess I should have hit the other guy. Slay the Spire with dice and equipment instead of cards. Now that you say that, I've definitely seen that.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
I may have actually even put it on my wish list. Who wants some fire resist? They all have the same fire resist, oddly enough. I'll give it to her because it seems kind of fitting.
When deliberation is exhausted, trust your instincts.
Full greed, chat. Let's do it. We die, right?
Perhaps you are finding your courage at last.
Let me actually check that game. Let's make sure that it's on my wish list.
We must keep moving.
Okay, it's called Die for the Lich. Not on my wish list. It reminds me of Slay the Spire. Somewhat, you guys, we've definitely looked at this before. I just didn't add it to my wish list. Probably because the art style looks so bad. But that's how I felt about Slay the Spire the first time I saw it too. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how early access goes. Like right now, I really love Slay the Spire's artwork, but the first time I ever saw it, I was like, oh my god, this looks like hell. But it grew on me, obviously. I'm really, this team, to be fair, is doing well considering I'm making them fight everybody, right?
The fiend's strength dwindles.
God, come on.
Agony by accumulation.
Yeah, I don't know that one, Quantum. Sounds like a happy game. 1 HP survive. We're gonna taunt this round. Let's make sure someone dies. Never mind, let's make sure they all die.
Messy, but effective.
God, so much stress. Nox! Walking in with wiener in hand, why am I not surprised? Cute dots, bro.
This
Be
one
amazing
at
if someone
least
just
has
deleted
been
those.
tended to.
She has full health. We are getting a lot of stress though, chat. Thanks for the Gigantify, Nox. How we feeling, baby? I almost thought I was hearing a tornado alarm. Am I hearing a tornado alarm? No. The weather is fine. Chat, what if you did exclamation point weather in chat and it said tornado? Like, oh shit. Yeah, my day actually wasn't that bad, Nox. I had to meet with some contractors and I didn't get very good news from them and a lot of random texting with people and stuff like that, but it wasn't that bad. Tomorrow is an incredibly busy day. So tomorrow is going to be very, very busy. Lady Mac has a doctor's appointment. I have to take Jonah to school and pick him up from school. While she's at the doctor's appointment, we have to take care of the daycare. And I'm supposed to have another contractor over to get a quote. And I got to talk to my agent about whether he gets a quote. The banker should be contacting me about an appraisal. Tomorrow's going to be a lot. Their relationship's almost zero. But every day has the possibility of good news, so hopefully that's what happens. Okay, we're fine.
A slow dissection.
That's a 1 HP survive.
An unavoidable end.
Because why not? That's a kill. That's 2 kills.
A promising development.
I'm gonna remove his dodge tokens. Damn it, he'll get to go after the ignite too. I'm gonna remove my blind here rather than swing and miss. God, that's speed. It's only 5 again, so we're just slow. I should have realized that he was already lethal and not wasted resources. That dot got resisted, so he gets another turn. At least he missed. Things are going great, chat.
A righteous action.
Don't even want it. I guess I should save it to try to sell to the hoarder because I still haven't tried that yet. I said at least at some point try to sell things to the hoarder, right? Since I haven't done that yet in the game. And that's a newer thing that they added. All right. Oh, we made it to an inn, so that's good news.
Humbled by exposure and neglect, this ramshackle inn is a welcome sight, nevertheless.
Okay, so my whole team is here. There's that team. This team's gonna arrive
Be mindful.
the turn before they need to be there.
Travel on foot is not without risk.
But they're gonna make it, right? So it's fine. No. I need to do this.
This path gambles on life and limb alike.
If I make it, I feel like it's game winning, right? We just gotta get there. I also think I need to spend a day here. If I really wanted to get a good heal here, I would go all the way down to here. I could also upgrade. I'm going to do that. Every inn I don't have to defend is a huge win.
If inadequately resourced. Tend the fires, that we may see this battle through to its haggard end.
I have a disease to remove, I believe. Right?
Precious relics remind us of a time before the
We have a little
end.
bit of syphilis. Let's get rid of that. Hey, Peltzari, how are you? It's good to see you. Do you mean in-game dizzy or in real life, or both? It's just a touch of syphilis, yeah.
Stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly. What fresh provocation will the day bring?
There's our day skipped.
Our adversaries grow bold. Punish them for it. Anticipate, adapt, and reposition.
We're gonna have a lot of fights that round. Like, holy cow. Maybe I should have upgraded something else. No. It's fine. Wait a minute. I should put them in the cool outfit, chat, so you guys can all see the cool outfit. So there's that one. That's Derpy. There's Vafe. Storm Dragon. Okay. Storm Dragon and Vafe and Benny. Vafe, Storm Dragon. They both are at 67% chance to be a negative relationship. That's so high. It's like I need to get them to 5 so it drops down to 20. There's one. Let relationship simulator begin, chat. There you go, Derpy. I'm gonna let you have that. Ugh. Sure, Derpy. Sure.
The underground is fraught with danger.
Off we go, chat.
Prepare for the worst.
Like, not getting a negative relationship there is a huge win. Like, huge. If we make it to the next in chat, we have a very high chance of winning.
And quickly. This is swine country.
If. Big if. I don't actually know if I equipped those bombs, did I? Yep. Get fucked. Okay, thanks, bye. Time to use them, chat, right? Listen, Derpy. Listen. Listen. I don't have anything to say, but I just want you to listen.
An early experiment. Gird yourself and don't stand too close.
Trinket, what do you got for me? The heart. Turn start, 2 regen 33% of the time, or bleed 66% of the time. It might be bad, actually, when Storm Dragon gets leveled, honestly. Left is always the answer, I've been told.
Tangled trails, whisper of torment.
Yeah, exactly. Alfie! Hey, look, chat, another one. Okay, bye.
On to the next.
That is lethal.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these
Ooh, that's an upgrade.
well-worn relics.
And I can give you one too now. There you go. Make us even harder to move around.
Perhaps I left this for you.
Yeah, no
Perhaps
kidding,
you
Mr.
left
Penguin.
it for yourself.
Wow.
Perhaps it is not here at all.
Wow. That was a hell of a catch. Like, holy shit. When someone hits you, you have a 33% chance to give them a combo token. I think I'm down for that, especially on someone who taunts. Right? That feels really juicy. More eggs? Sucks when the eggs have one mosquito, you know? Probably still worth it, obviously. But I'm not sure you get the really juicy loot when you do it this way. I think you have to nuke them without the mosquito being there to get the juicy loot.
Reprieve until the next
do keep
test
getting
is
trinkets,
put
though.
before you.
25% resistance piercing. This will make Derpy slower when it's bright outside. Derpy doesn't like the sun anyway, so it's fine. Oh, crap.
Sharpen your blades,
Oh, chat.
that we may properly excise our portion.
Time to make bad decisions. Let's do it. Let's make some shitty decisions, chat, shall we?
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Nice shuffle resist. We love that. Kill the worms first, because they're a pain in the ass. 1 HP survive on the back line. I'm gonna go a little aggressive, I think. Plus, I want the taunt in the second phase. Like, it's a hard, long fight, you know? Lethal, right? Yep.
Malaise, measured and steady.
I'd say those blinds should both land. Not that it fucking matters.
On to the next.
Okay. I'll get 2 turns before they get around. Oh god, that's a lot of... Oh god. That is a lot of dodge tokens to eat through, chat. Start eating them. We don't have a choice. I get a lot of turns here.
The slow suffering begins.
I'm gonna do that to try to speed up the process a little bit of killing them. No reason for saving the trap if I'm gonna die. There we go. That's huge, just getting one of them to be gone.
Hindrance.
That's now lethal next round, so that's really good news. That blight is massive stack, so let's get rid of that.
Welcome relief from caustic agony.
Well, Chad, this was a risky layer, but it went pretty well. The reason it's risky is we're not upgraded. Like, our skills are still subpar. No way. That's double lethal, right? Yeah. Not bad, chat. We're gonna have like over 10 mastery points, I think, right?
Burning brightly for all the world to see.
So we're gonna be leveling up so many skills. We're gonna stick to going left here. Four eggs. Okay, I'm gonna kill the mosquitoes first on a hunch here and see how that goes.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
Okay, what happens if you do that? Same difference. So it doesn't matter what order you kill the mosquitoes in. Another fight. It sucks that none of my team is ever in agreement. So they always lose a relationship every time, no matter what I'm doing. This fight is going to be exceptionally rough. To have a Skyver and a Big Boy on the same team is really, really difficult to deal with. I'm going to burn a bomb here because I need to start hitting them. I know we lose a bomb, but I think that's okay.
Steady
Wow.
yourself.
Yeah, 3 stress points for that. Well, still no positive. Not a single positive from that yet. Brutal.
Malaise, measured and steady. Darkness encroaches.
Things are going well, chat, you know?
Inexorable.
Super well. Yeah.
On to the next. The path of exculpation.
Even that
need not
doesn't make
be
them like each other
lonely.
more. Crazy.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Like, you saved my life, but I still fucking hate you.
What is it, then, that gazes back so intently from the abyss?
Man, what's that? 0 for 5 on meltdowns, right? I don't know how I'm gonna fix the relationships. They're in such bad shape now. It's gonna kind of make the run miserable, right? Everybody always bitching and hating each other. My kind of road trip, yelling and screaming at everybody else in the car.
The fiend's strength dwindles. Relief comes rarely in these times. Savor it.
Well,
An unexpected find.
turn the radio down, turns it up. Shut up, idiot! I finished my tea. I sure did, chat. Oh. Hey, we made it! Everybody only hates each other a whole bunch. Hooray!
However dilapidated, this inn might still serve honorably.
Storm Dragon is now afraid of bloodsuckers.
Who remains come morning? Who numbers among the fallen?
Okay, that's our first time seeing the Contagion. I'm ready to defend that in. I'm ready to defend that in next round.
Each improvement, a new variable in the equation of your fate.
Okay, so healers on the front lines must be of plague-stricken regions must be consulted, their findings collected. So we need to find doctors
dawn.
basically now.
A new disaster.
I do have
One learns
100
quickly
points for
when
this,
survival
which is
demands it.
awesome.
Supply lines and swords. This is how wars are won. Tend the fires, that we may see this battle through to its haggard end.
I think that one, that one, and that one, and then my barracks. Okay. I think that's that for now, chat. Do we have any diseases? No. We do have someone with the Crimson Curse, but I still have no idea how to heal that.
Conventional fare,
Okay.
but
The good news is we actually have a lot of supplies. And we're gonna get fucking wasted.
something to ease the rigors of the road.
A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
I think that's that, chat. That's all we're gonna get for now, anyways. Gonna spend the night here though, so I'll probably be able to buy more. That was weird. I think maybe that's a visual thing. All right, let's go rest for a day. Because we're about to have a lot of fights. Good luck, team. Now remember, these are not my main team. These are random people defending a house or a castle, so it's not going to be as good as the main team.
And carelessness, hallmarks of the unprepared.
Well, we're 0 for 2 on 50-50 rolls here. That's not good. 0 for 3. You got to think we're gonna hit one eventually, right? These guys are fucking awful, man. Hey, we actually hit somebody. Up, you're dead. Hey, we got lucky. There's one of our 50-50s. That was actually a 75 too. It's not bad. I knew that blind was gonna come back to get me. Okay, so far so good. 1 HP. 1 HP. I know. I can't wait for Hades 2, but I am gonna wait to play it until after I finish Final Fantasy Tactics, which should take me like what, 5 minutes maybe. Oh crap, the mosquitoes are still back there.
The enemy weakens and wins.
And they survived with 1 HP. Of course they did. And stunned me on top of it. Okay, that team defended their castle, though. That's all we needed. I get another mastery point for that. Okay, now we need another team to do it. At least that eats the dodge token, even if it misses. He's gonna do prep in round 1. That's gonna have to be okay. I wonder if the leper has taunt. Kinda. It doesn't have the good taunt, but it does have a taunt. Oh, derpy. Messy, messy, messy. One down. Jeez Louise. I'm gonna give her the consecration and try to increase her damage. That is many, many dots, chat. Hey, we killed somebody. We did it. 2 people.
A simple solution.
Look at us, chat. Look at us. GG. Both the B team and the C team defended their
Easily
castles.
resolved.
Huge. And I was rewarded with another
The
siege.
enemy looks to test our mettle.
Hooray! Okay.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly. A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
Okay. Now we're gonna see how many relationships we can fix, chat. How much food do I currently have? 6. Looks like. Okay. The way I'm going to fix these relationships, chat, is just by pouring whiskey into everyone's mouth until they're friends. That's the plan. Okay, you're going to keep making me do this? There's the original, chat. It's the OG before you became the Crusader. Plague Doctor when she was in school. Kind of neat. Why do you have to click on everything for it to go away? That's so obnoxious. Wait, you just barely changed. Her too. Well, let's see. There's the original. Okay. Worst negative quirks. Scatterbrained. Chatterbox. Bloodsucker fearing. Slow-handed. Anemic. Anemic really sucks. There you go, Derpy. You are no longer anemic. You're welcome. This is a lot of whiskey. All right, we're looking for orange only. Pretty close. Okay. I feel like we take that every day of the week. Now, let's go fix some relationships. What number means no negative relationship? It's not 5. It's not 7, so it's probably 8. Derpy and Storm Dragon. I guarantee somebody goes resolute during all of this because I'm just giving them too much, I think. Derpy and Storm Dragon. Okay, everybody needs to get to 8. Wow, that's lucky. Okay, that's 8. Storm Dragon and Vafe. Lucky. No one has quit drinking yet. Oh, Derpy and Vafe is a hard one. I need a +2 mixed in there. There you go. Another one? Eh. We're down to our final 3 whiskeys. Benny and Derpy. Need a +2 on one of these. Dang it. Dang it. We tried. Still fixed a lot of it, right? That was pretty great. All things considered.
Conventional fare, but fairly.
Not really anything else that's hopeful. Excuse me, in this scenario. So that's just gonna have to be it. I actually do like the +10% resolute, but you have to keep a lot of your inventory packed with food to do that. You know what I mean? I forget which one is the forest. The Tangle, probably? Seems most likely. Probably the Tangle.
The means of mastery.
I was hoping that would be cheaper. Well, the team is delightfully drunk now, so. No, I see the discussion. I'm just choosing not to partake. Definitely upgraded taunt, right? Like 100%. She needs this really bad. Definitely want to upgrade that. I also really like that skill. I feel like that's super, super helpful. So I want to start running that as well. Okay. Even with 11 points, it's still obviously not enough. It's a lot of really great things, but definitely not enough things, right? Okay. Man, I'm gonna miss having this. Gotta. Like I gotta keep that too. It's a really nice set of changes, honestly. Okay, you don't need this anymore. Those feel like good changes. The team feels a lot stronger now, that's for sure. I don't want to look at it. I've seen this before. Please stop taking my lunch. Good morning, Jimmy. How are you?
Repaired and refurbished.
A lot of materials, but
Ready for the leagues ahead.
it'll be worth it. Maybe I go defend this one myself. Because there's two of them, right? So like this group should probably defend this one.
Be mindful. Travel on foot is not without risk.
And then this group, I should probably just try to centralize them a little bit. So that they can get places faster.
Distribute your champions judiciously.
Yeah, I think that's the play. And I'll go defend that one myself. Derpy, I would die happy. I'm just saying. If you're gonna go, go. You know what I'm saying? Babe, just making sure it's you. Baby's hungry, chat. The joys of a newborn. Are the boys still in bed? Okay, good. Hopefully they stay.
What fresh provocation will the day bring?
Off we go, chat. Even after fixing all the relationships, the two I couldn't fix
Have claimed
both
dominion
went
here.
negative. Sucks, man. So you fixed all but 2, and they both went negative.
Propriety floats listless on the tide. Brined in noxious
Yeah, the Benny Derpy one was at
degradation.
7 and it needed to be at 8. Feels amazing. Somebody should have this probably. I don't know. It's always a really sketchy item, I feel like.
When deliberation is exhausted, trust.
It's
your
got to be hospital because
instincts.
that's the quest. I still haven't completed the quest before, and I would like to. I should get a quest item in the upper right. Did I not get it? Oh, I'm not in Escalation 2 yet. That's why. I've been playing too well, chat. Who would have thought? Well, I guess I want none of this stuff then. Oh, no, don't exit game. Chill. We're not rage quitting, not yet. I guess I don't mind going the somewhat boring
Bar your
route
path.
in this scenario. I wonder if the Churigan can heal Crimson Curse. That seems unlikely, right? Like, it would be awesome, but it just seems like it's probably not going to happen. All right, big pig chat, here it comes.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
Or not. I know, but the Churigan is a special character, so maybe he would have a way to do something like that, you know? But yeah, probably not. Let's get those points, chat. Ooh. We actually got a negative, a positive there, and they want to be friends. Hooray! Alright, let's kick some ass, chat.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Woo! Ah, the one guy that needed to get burned resisted it. Okay, that's good though. Hey Snakebeard, how's it going? At 1 HP. Oh, that doesn't delete corpses anymore. Then why am I using that skill?
We are the flame, burning brightly for all the world to see.
Alright, I'm gonna take this in case I find a hoarder. Oh man, I'm gonna have to find Vafe some blood. Vafe's getting thirsty. Definitely not gonna get enough inn items to put troops at this inn, unfortunately. It would be super nice, but that was a really short fight. And I don't think I got enough inn materials.
However dilapidated,
Derpy is now bloodthirsty.
Still serve honorably.
It's kind of awesome, actually. Plus 30% damage. It's not so good on a Plague Doctor, though.
A new dawn. A new disaster.
Okay, there's escalation 2. Listen, Dreamseeker, don't you judge me, okay?
Our position is under threat. Our adversaries grow bold. Punish them for it.
All right, so we're gonna rush down here.
Be mindful. Travel on foot is not without risk.
It's not ideal, but it's fine. There's a lot of inns to defend. I have no barracks at any of the inns at this point. So, yeah.
One learns quickly when survival demands it.
What do you got for sale? Anything good?
Precious relics remind us of a time before the end.
I think I need this on the Plague Doctor now, don't I? Because of how bloodthirsty works? Maybe I'll resist my own vulnerability, you know? So it feels like an okay purchase now.
Each day brings new obstacles and new opportunities.
Probably. Only one mastery point. Is it worth it, chat? What does this inn give? Nothing? We are a bit fatigued, but it's not crazy. 10%, 10%, 10%. I only have 19 in upgrade points. So not great. You know what, Chad? This is starting to feel like a problem for future Nomak. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy, chat. Let him deal with it. All right, chat. I think this is a good place to stop for the night. If you're new to the stream, now's a great time to follow. If you're shy, there's no follower notifications. We'll be live tomorrow with more Darkest Dungeon 2, and hopefully some good news and getting a better quote than the one we got today. So fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed that we get some good news tomorrow, just so we can move forward and I can get everything set up. And then hopefully I'll hire hire some movers. I know I'm gonna start streaming till 6 a.m. again, but not until we move. For now, it's gonna have to be 4 or 5 a.m. most nights. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get any sleep. But yeah, that is the intention, to eventually go back to that. So we'll get there, right? Eventually. Eventually. But let me find somebody to throw you guys over to. I have so many windows open. All of those conversations we were having earlier. Is it time, Derpy? Might be time. I am going to have a bigger mortgage now, Derpy. How am I going to pay it? 12-hour streams might be the only way. No choice, right? All right. Let's go say hi, chat. What's everybody up to? Let's go say hi to Evac. He's playing a weird-looking game that I bet some of you will be interested in. It's called Shadows of Forbidden Gods. Let's take a look, chat. See what it's like. I have no idea. No, not Raid Shadow Legends. Oh gosh, Pelt, sorry. What makes you think the tier 3 subcam went away? Pelt, sorry. Snakebeard, have a good night. Bye, a newbie, have a good one. Hope D&D was rewarding, even though it was tiring. Bye, Derpy, have a good day. Dolan, Curling, have a good one. Curling, try to behave, maybe a little bit. Just kidding. See you, Snakebeard. Thanks for hanging with me tonight, chat. Appreciate it. Bye, Dream Seeker. Bye, Lurkers. Bye, Mr. Penguin. Big hugs, buddy, all right? Moment to moment, one thing at a time. That's all we can solve, right? Chat, Twitch is a big place. YouTube's even bigger. You can be anywhere, but you're here with me, and you're dope as fuck for that. All day, every day. Bye, Kinamara. Chat, remember to take those positive vibes and share them with the world. Remember that a small act of kindness can change the world around you. Tell someone you love them. Tell someone you appreciate them. Tell someone they look damn good today, chat. Those moments make the world a better place to be, baby. All day, every day. We're going to do that right now for my friend Evac. Go into his chat, say hi, drop a heart. We'll bring some good energy his way, okay? Bye, Gamertech. Bye, Quantum. Bye, Shiro. I'm glad, Anubi. You know I love fun and intense. Bye, Death Dealer. Have a good night, everybody. And as always, you know the deal, babies. Keep being you. Because it's all I'll ever need. Because you're amazing, sexy, beautiful. And good things are coming, fam. Get out there, get after it, and always be the best version of you, baby. Come on, get it.